done to place the guidelines on IKS within this larger philosophical framework. So, to locate the IKS directive within some kind of a philosophy. The presentation will end with a brief discussion on the fledgling attempt made to incorporate these concerns into a master's course for students at Ambedkar University, Delhi. So I start with the guidelines from the UGC. Obviously, I'm not going to read everything out, but just something which I thought struck us as very important. So the preamble of the IKS guidelines quotes the National Education Policy 2020, and it says the heritage of ancient and eternal IKS and thought has been a guiding light for this policy. The pursuit of knowledge, that is jnana, wisdom, that is pragya, and truth, that is satya, was always considered in Indian thought and philosophy as the highest human good. And then it says lots of things, and then it identifies certain scholars, such as Charaka, Sushruta, Aryabhatta, Varaha, Mihira, Bhaskaracharya, Brahmagupta, Chanakya, Chakravani, Madhava, Panini, Patanjali, Nagarjuna, Gautama, Pingala, Shankaradeva, Maitreya, Gargi, Tiruvalla. I'm sure you realize why I wrote this out. Yeah, so I don't need to explain to you exactly for those reasons, and we'll come back to this. To implement this vision, UGC constituted an expert committee to formulate the guidelines for IKS into higher education, that is both in the UG curricula as well as in the PG curricula. The committee defines IKS thus. Indian knowledge system encompasses all of the systematized disciplines of knowledge that were developed to a high degree of sophistication in India from ancient times, all traditions, practices that the various communities of India, including tribal localities, have evolved and preserved over generations. We were overwhelmed by the indeterminate temporal and spatial contours of this description, and therefore were unsure. We didn't know how to start. We dwelt on some of the keywords, all that they have cultivated as knowledge, or there is an assumption that we knew everything in an imagined past. Unquestioning adulation, Devi says, or complete dismissal is no substitute for a critical perspective, not in the classroom. Now we move to the specific guidelines. So the IKS courses have to be at least 5% of the total credits of the PG program, and they can of course take more than that. So this was the mandate. So we decided to place our attempt to frame the course within the larger debates in academia currently on decolonizing. And obviously we went back to one of the primers, Rudy Volunteers, Decolonizing the Mind, the Politics of Language in African Literature. And he says lots of interesting things, but I just quote one bit. The real aim of colonialism was to control the people's wealth. Its most important area of domination was the mental universe of the colonized, the control through culture, of how people perceive themselves and their relationship to the world. Economic and political control can never be complete or effective without mental control, says Yuri. Obviously, this is, something that he would agree with. He then suggests that it is the colonial education system that is central to this project of destruction of the African sensibility. Debates on decoloniality have found many votaries in India as well. Two recent books with radically different arguments, and I'll talk very briefly about two of these. Both the books agree that India or Indian knowledge or the way education is structured in India is largely Eurocentric and in need of serious repairs. Both these books argue for decolonization of our knowledge base, but their understanding of what decoloniality entails differs radically. So take up the first example, J. Sai Deepak's book, for example, India that is Bharat. He describes what decoloniality is. He says that the primary goal is epistemological decolonization to diminish production of knowledge from the stranglehold of the West and leading to epistemic reconstitution. Here I can agree with it. He then makes a plea. And the plea is, This is precisely why I reiterate, not I, reiterate that it is my considered position that in the interest of its survival, Bharat must employ the decolonial option, failing which its history and consciousness will always be forced to seek the validation of the very same colonialities, again accepted to a certain degree. There are many, but the question to ask, Saidi, for this, there are already many critiques of colonial knowledge that exist. For example, post-colonialism, Orientalism, subaltern studies, critical theory, feminist and gender and sexuality theories. All of these, we believe, actually strengthen the process of decolonization as they do challenge universal categories that colonial education tried to foist on the colonized. I think the point of departure from Saidipa's argument is when he sort of identifies two important forces behind our coloniality. British colonialism, supported by Christian theology, preceded by Middle Eastern colonialism. This was the first time that I actually encountered this term. The recovery of therefore, we need to recover the indigenous Bharatiya consciousness, he argues, which would entail recognizing India as a civilizational state, not as a nation state. Go back to some. So when I read it, it looks like we have to go back to this imagined cut-off date before both British colonialism and Christianity and Middle Eastern colonialism came to India, whatever that means. But in contrast to this, Aditya Nigam, in his book Decolonizing Theory, which was published before Saidipa's book, argues quite persuasively that the search for pristine, authentic and indigenous perspective is a chimera. Let's stop chasing after that. Nigam makes a more grounded proposal. He says, let's begin here and now. Our starting point could be an unpacking and reworking of Western social theory that we have received as it is, even if it is too colonial. But this needs to be supplemented, Nigam says, with learning from other post-colonial societies that went through similar experience. And he calls this thinking across traditions. So try to delve into Chinese experiences, African, South American, etc., etc. Now I come to our specific quest or our specific challenge. So we framed a course. And I talked about it. We are aware of the Latin American feminist writings of scholars such as Maria Lugones and others on decolonial epistemic practices. But as of now, feminist intervention in India in the debates on decoloniality within education are rather limited. At least we couldn't find much. We realize how decoloniality is defined. For example, if you define it in a particular way, like go back before Middle Eastern colonialism, it would impact what constitutes Indian knowledge system. So there's a clear connection between how you would define Indian knowledge system and what you understand is the beginning of colonialism. Now, if you think of it in terms of Middle Eastern colonialism, for example, then it could lead to, so basically you're searching for this pure indigene who is uncontaminated by colonialism. This could result in, for instance, a historical argument which would talk about the glorious traditions of India and how wonderful it was for women. Partially true, but not fully true. That kind of social science. We remind you of the long list of scholars that we have already mentioned in the UGC guidelines. These are the kind of exclusions that we have to be extremely careful about. Following Aditya Nigam and many other scholars, another approach to decoloniality in education could be to tap into intellectual and knowledge traditions across the global south. Priyanka talked about South Asia, and that's really what we should be trying to do. To decenter the universal position occupied by Western epistemological traditions. We would look at thinking across Asia, Africa, and elsewhere. Thus, we plan to locate our course in the frame of decolonial debates so that we were also also mindful while framing the course to not enter into this epistemic quicksand in which otherwise we could have fallen. So in the course that we frame, the course is titled Being in the World, Knowing the World, Bhakti as Dhyana, Intended and Less Spiritual Quest. In the course that we frame, we posited Bhakti as an epistemological entry point. In addition to UGC's descriptions of Dhyana, Pragya and Satya, we added Bhakti to that. And to engage with Bhakti, we focus on the lives and poetry of four women Bhaktas. The Bhakti movement, as you know, has two distinct phases. We decided to focus on the first phase, 6th to 7th century CE, largely from the Tamil and Kannada speaking regions. The course sees Bhakti as a way of engaging with the world, as an ontological expression of being in the world and of creating knowledge about the world. The course proposes that this corpus provide us with alternative ways of thinking about pre-colonial lives and knowledge quests. What is the relevance of Bhakti in a gender studies program? The fluidity, flexibility, and open-mindedness of Bhakti traditions makes it possible to question socially assigned role to individuals. Features how these four women in our course, Karaikal Amiyar, Andal, Avayar, and Akka Mahadevi, address the question of body and sexuality. Karaikal Amiyar by becoming Gaulish, Andal by becoming very wifely, housewifely, Avayar by becoming grandmotherly, and Akka Mahadevi by abandoning all norms of womanly modesty. They are all addressing questions of sexuality and body in distinct. The guidelines from the UGC suggest bringing the course into the contemporary aspects of the theme dealt with by the IPS. So we decided to have a last module which is focusing on Sister Nivedita, who transgress many boundaries to become within quotes the living disciple of Swami Vivekananda. There's a complicated relationship there, very fascinating. It is too early for us to make any claims about the course because it is yet to be taught. It hasn't even been taught. By Bhakti poetry has been taught in literature classrooms, Bhakti movement in history departments, and there is certain amount of good feminist writing as well, Sangare and others. Yet we believe that our attempt to place this course in the middle of debates on decoloniality in India would give it an edge. Hopefully by next year, we will be in a position to share our experiences of having taught this course. Till then, we're eager to hear and learn from them. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was totally worth it. I think many of us who are within the practice of now decolonizing our syllabus will take surely a lot of inputs from you. I will have more of it when we discuss. I now invite Saraki Karita Moral from Pati University to talk about. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Can you help with the PPT, please?
I did.
Yeah,
PPT. I can speak from here.
No, it will be better because media connects.
Sorry?
It will be better if you do from here.
Actually, there's a YouTube live also going on. So if you can just speak from here. It's better I speak from here?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have the PPT. We have it.
You have it. I sent a revised one.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah? Okay.
So PPT from here to that way.
Yeah.
That way, right?
You have to
Can you just send you over mail?
mail. Mail.
Ka mail.
उनके mail को.
Okay.
Outlook office.
Second version to listen.
Good. I have a PowerPoint. This is the slides. I'm glad you did the contact session for us. And start speaking from syllabus.
Just mail it. Yes.
So I could have connected it from mine, right? difficult, no? Mac.
Mac, we don't have connection. That's right. अरे यार मैडम your ID is taking यार काम कौन फाइल कौन मैडम को पढ़े रहा फाइल को मैडम वीडियो actually it is taking your
Oh, I think Akshita had also sent. I sent a second. Yeah, Akshita had sent one to me. That one, no? I sent a second. The second one, you got the second one?
The second one, I'm not sure about. I
It's
just
on the
received
same
one.
mail.
Okay.
It's on the same mail.
Actually, I
I
just
just
received
tweaked one
just one
slide.
presentation I received.
Oh, it's on her mail, so you may not have it then.
Yeah.
it's click
It's taking a lot of time. Then
No,
maybe we
it's
can have-
done.
Is this?
Started.
Is it this?
Just enter, right? Okay. Open download কৰিব পাৰিবা নেকি? View to? Oh, it'll no, as in on screen it's zoomed, right?
Yeah, it's here.
Yeah, no, that I know. Here, because I've got some very small lettering and it was done in a bit of a rush. If you can just enter the next one, I can just see. I think it's okay. Oh yeah, fine. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much for that support. Good morning, everyone. Professor Manisha Priyam, first of all, thank you very much for having me here on this wonderful coming together of specialists from across the country and abroad to this international seminar on comparative reflections on gender and higher education in India, with, of course, a special focus on NEP 2020 and Northeast India, which is where I come from, which is what I hope to bring, a slice of it in this particular moment here. Also, thank you very much, Professor Rajeshri Vedamatta, the IIT Guwahati coordinator, who has very kindly provided us with all the necessary assistance and support. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Professor Krishna Menon, the chair, for allowing me this little breather. Thank you. I just arrived and I got a moment to sit. Professor Menon has wonderfully done the context setting for us, which gives me the right and the freedom to plunge right into Northeast India. And I won't take much time. I have a PowerPoint, which I'm going to generally scroll through and speak a little. I call it Teaching Feminist Literature in the University, Abilities, Diversities, and the Politics of Gender in Northeast India. I have a confession to make. This is actually a work in progress. And although I had indicated in the abstract that I would be looking up close at some works which I think are germane to this idea of having to teach and to think about the pedagogy and the making of curricular reforms in the region vis-a-vis what NEP 2020 mandates, I've chosen to keep this slightly representative, and I will probably talk from some of the spaces in the northeast of India, and I will also qualify why we should not or why we must not think of Northeast India as a monolith to begin with, kind of, going against the grain. Historically, of course, early feminisms in Northeast India have had antecedents of more than 100 years now. We've had institutions like the Assam Pradeshik Mahila Samiti going back to the early 1900s, especially brought to the notice of a pan-Indian audience by women's rights activist and reformer Chandraprabha Saikyani. But even before that, we had the Dibrugarh Mahila Samiti, which came into being in 1915, becoming, in a sense, one of the first of the spaces of feminist agency, bringing in some change, seeking to redefine womanhood, also creating new ways of interrogating gendered subjects in late colonial Assam. I would also like to add that even earlier, in what was then Assam and the Kingdom of Manipur and Tripura. Now, these were, just to give a little note to the audience, these were sovereign parts of the northeast of India. And in the Kingdom of Manipur, of course, we know, which is witness to huge chaos and conflict, terrible violence, even at this moment as we speak. The Manipuri women brought in to this entire scenario one of the earliest feminist forms of agency through the Nupilan in as early as 1904, when they staged a protest against colonial powers, protesting the felling of timber, the taking away of timber resource. And I'm going to come back to resource extraction a little later in this. So Manipur also one of the foremost of these spaces in the region to have subjected, to have actually attracted this kind of intervention from the region. But having said that, we are aware, as also Professor Menon has rightly told us, that we come to feminist studies, women and gender / sexuality studies in the academy via a Eurocentric Western epistemological context. And it is very difficult to brush away all that we have learned through those epistemologies, also very difficult to unlearn them. But very clearly in the 80s, we're talking about the 1980s and after, with the third wave of feminism really hitting parts and various parts of the globe, feminist movements crossed borders, and we could see the rise of transnational feminist practices globally, where the academy witnessed the coming of the feminist into the academy in a very, very robust manner. So you also had the IAWS coming up then in the 70s, mid-70s, the Towards Equality report in India, which I think was a very important, moment, a real signpost then, and the status of women in India, the Committee for the Status of Women in India, which is also 70s, 80s. That decade became very important. And beyond Western paradigms, I think there was this slowly burgeoning resurgence of a flood of feminist theories and studies located primarily in South Asia. And so South Asian feminism, as we understand, and I'm just kind of, for your reference, putting across these few works. These are only representative, so they are really not comprehensive. So we talk about, as early as the 1990s, we have Susie Tharu and K. Lalita bringing out women's writing in India. So we have this whole corpus of writings of more than several centuries, actually, and we are talking about 600 BC, so to the present. And then close on the heels of that kind of work, which is an anthology really of how women's writings could impact or had impacted thinking, and maybe reread and reviewed and reevaluated when the need for an Indian form of feminism, or what was a larger South Asian feminism, became imperative in the academy. We also had Chandra Talpare Mohanty soon in the 1990s talking about feminism without borders. So you really had to literally cross those terrains in order to bring evidences, to bring knowledge, to bring practices in the feminist discourse right from here. And South Asian feminism, more recently by Riti Lukos and Anya Lumba, talking about the various locational or various practices which emerged out of different locations across a South Asian geographical space. So I think departments, especially English literature departments, and I teach literature as well as women's studies, English literature departments gathered a lot of moss from this kind of cross feminist fertilization that was happening across academies and across the globe in the academy. Which brings me right to Northeast India's literary feminism in a space which was historically, of course, marked, as I have shown, by women's activism as early as the early 1900s. The academy was, however, still challenged by memories of some of these women whose entanglements in feminist historiography kind of countered the pedagogy that was coming up, that was emerging in the present time. So we had a practice, we had women practicing feminist agency, but women not being incorporated into the textbooks, into the books on feminism as late as the 80s and the 90s. And Aparna Datta Mahanta, the late professor of women's studies and English in Dibrugarh University, one of the first in the region to be established as a Center for Women's Studies in 1998. She inscribed this imperative to bring in women's studies, feminist activism, and literature in the academy. So, which then brings me to the central questions that I'm asking. Central question that I'm asking is, what do feminist literatures and the pedagogies in Northeast India seek to achieve? So how does one teach feminist literature, for example, in a region which is marked by a host of intersectionalities, where even conceptualizing the region as a monolith is a complex task? And I've kind of, pegged it around abilities, diversities, and the politics of gender very quickly in order to give you a sense of, how we could relook Northeast of India, which in itself is a problematic. This whole term is a problem for us, and I can't go into this. That will require a separate panel. So we have matrilinees and matriarchal spaces, a wonderful work which has now come into feminist pedagogy is, of course, written by a feminist activist, Patricia Mukim, who writes about gender in India's Northeast, waiting for an equal world, picking up from the uneven terrain of gendered spaces, where teaching feminist studies is a challenging task depending on how these perspectives change with the location. So, for example, Meghalaya, which is a matrilineal society, and we assume that these are spaces where women are heavily empowered or emancipated, actually seemingly turn the narrative into supposedly free spaces, but the actual gendered narratives tell us different stories. And I don't have the time to go into it. There is a great deal of push from below and from obviously patriarchal forces working under the cover of what is matrilineal. In the hills and valleys, we cannot forget that Northeast of India is, again, a terrain which is marked by river valley, the big Brahmaputra Valley, and at the same time, we have the huge ridge of hills around us. So from the Naga Hills, where war and borderlands have inflicted a different story of gendered politics, and I pick up Easterine Kire, who center stages history and memory into a Northeastern storytelling of women's lives and legacies from colonial to post-colonial times. We've included Easterine Kire for the last now 2 decades into the curriculum, but she is being read very differently at this moment. At the same time, we have tribes, ethnicities, migrants, refugees, and we speak from the vantage of tribal customary rights. I want to quickly bring in one point, which I hope we can come back to. At this moment, even as we are speaking, we are actually deliberating and responding to the enforcing of the Uniform Civil Code in India's northeast. This is the third state where it is being enforced, where it is being implemented, and to a huge consternation from Muslim women's societies. That's a debate I wish we'll pick up at some point later in the day. So you see, these tribal customary laws, which are chock-a-block with Muslim minority rights, these have given us a politics of exclusion, or also have endowed us with special status like 371A, Article 371A, which is a prerogative but also a challenge when it comes to women's participation in politics. I'm jumping from one to the other. And borderland experiences, which the recent history of subnationalist politics has shown, makes it incumbent to also include stories of the rebel woman. I've worked on the rebel woman, by the way, the migrant, refugees in designated camps or internally displaced persons, and the woman who is a non-citizen or a citizen of doubtful origin. So we have all these challenges, and when we speak territorially, we also now begin to look at feminist ecologies from Northeast India. How do you write land and body, which Professor Menon had already spoken of in a larger pan-Indian sense, and what a critic has called acts of environmental imagination. I put together a sampling of 3 different works. One is an Anglophone novel, Everything the Light Touches by Khasi writer Janice Faryat, which is a new ecological narrative of Northeast India told by a woman. An Assamese novel called Iat Ekhon Oronno Asil, a very, very serious project on environmental degradation and people's displacement, and Jungle Passports, which is a transnational border meditation about women, people, animals, and so on, non-human forces. So my last question, to which I will, my last slide, which will leave us with these questions is, are we moving towards a Northeast Indian feminism? Are South Asian feminisms no longer an inclusive category? Given what I have just run you through, do our uneven terrains, ecologies, our gendered politics, and our indigeneities beg of feminism of our own? And that's where I'm centered at the moment. How far does the NEP 2020 mandate such local knowledge systems as pedagogies to adopt in the academy for fruitful and more inclusive feminist studies? Can policies and new perspectives truly decolonize our top-down received histories of feminist studies? And that will zero back to Professor Menon's question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moran. I think with each presentation, we are left with just one question of how we will strike the balance of inclusivity within this diversity. Very wonderful presentation. I so much wish you all wanted to listen to your presentation more. Maybe during lunch or over coffee, we can have some more discussion. I now invite Dr. Sangeeta Hangam from NEPA to talk about her presentation.
Have you shared your slide? Can you please connect here? Maybe need some pen drive. Pen drive? Do you have the pen drive? Otherwise, I can. But there are some figures. You want to show? Yeah. Otherwise, I can. No. You have a pen drive? Yes. I don't have the slide. This is the. Oh, perfect. I'll just speak from here. I will just slide through. Yeah, please take time. Yes, I will much.
Which one? This one?
This one. Good morning to you all, and thank you once again, Professor Manisha Priyam, for giving me this opportunity. I'm just working on this paper because my area of research is privatization, but then lately I started working on the woman, the female participation mostly, and then what are the challenges, most of the challenges I try to reflect through my own experience. The title of my paper is Access and Equity Concerns of Higher Education in the Northeast. To start with, we know that Indian higher education has expanded since independence, but there is still challenges like equity and access is one of the challenges we are facing now. The country also have entered the massification of higher education with major share of expansion by the private institution that we all know. Despite this unprecedented growth, the expansion of higher education has been extremely uneven and resulted in the neglect of quality, research, and management aspects. Moreover, higher education expansion is also found to be accompanied by various disparities. We have been, discussing for the last 2 days regional disparity, social group disparities, and gender disparities. I'll be trying to understand more about the gender disparities. No doubt, various initiatives have been taken for expansion of higher education and promotion of greater regional and social equity, yet considerable challenges remain. I also feel like state policies plays a very important role in promoting equity and access to higher education. I come to the very important topic, higher education notice. We all know that it is extremely regional disparity is one of the characteristics of Indian higher education system. Therefore, one needs to understand and take into the dynamics of the reason and problem confronting at the time of making the policy. For example, we all know that the region has been declared as economically backward area and also considered as a special category by the then Planning Commission. The state in the region, states in the region, these 8 states are very different in many ways from other parts of the country as far as their developmental needs in education sectors are concerned. There are concerns regarding providing quality education, most of the higher education institutions in the region. Some of the issues we know when I talk about some of the issues like low motivated students, not only about some of the well-known institutions in the region, underpaid teachers when we talk about the private institutions, and outdated curriculum. No doubt this is one problem, and also the lack of visionary academic leaders, which is, I feel, like some of the issues we need to take care of. However, the status of women in terms of their participation in higher education in the region is quite appreciable in comparison to other parts of the country. Despite improvement, during the last 2 or 3 decades, female participation in higher education is generally low, especially in the professional and the technical subject. Not in terms of enrollment in higher education, also the participation of women in higher education management is also very low. That is what we all observe. I just want to bring a few things about expansion of higher education. I need not go much in detail. You can just have a look here. Higher education, the region has expanded in terms of number of institutions and enrollment since independence. It has been reported that at the time of independence of India, there were only 16 colleges in the region. A majority were located in the Assam area. And the establishment of the first university, that is the Guwahati University in 1948, gave a real boost to the expansion of higher education from pre-university up to the postgraduate and also the doctoral level in the whole of the Northeast India. So in spite of the late start higher education, the region had rapid growth in post-independent era in the last 2 decades. There has been a vast expansion of higher education in the Northeast region. You can also have a look here, state-wise number of higher education institutions and the enrollment. Enrollment is growing, and then one thing what I found is that GER, even though the Assam has the maximum number of colleges in the region, but then the GER is one thing, it's the lowest among the state. We need to take care of this particular issue also. The access in terms of number of institutions, the regions lacks colleges of specialized in nature. Majority of the colleges are general degree colleges. So it is also evident from the data that the colleges of teacher education, engineering, law, and the nursing is fairly distributed among the states. However, the region has only 10 agricultural colleges, which are existing in only 6 states except in the state of Nagaland and Tripura. Colleges of some important like medical management, veterinary pharmacy are unevenly distributed among the states. So there is need to have more colleges of specialization in subject like, I feel like hotel management, fisheries, physiotherapy, pharmacy, commerce is one thing which is, lacking, and the fine arts and the paramedical. The states are having no college. There are some states having no college of such specialized. One needs to give proper attention to by the government, like which are identification of the states with their particular characteristics, having like the resource in terms of in which area they are rich. So we need to find out those the states, and then government has to make a plan for that. So, and then when I look at the per capita, this one college per lakh population and average enrollment per college, I see some of the states are doing well, like in terms of college per lakh population, like Manipur and then the Nagaland. But then Tripura and Arunachal is much behind the all India level. Like when I look at the average all India average, and also the average enrollment per college and the institutions, some of the states like the Tripura and then the Manipur are far ahead, and also the Meghalaya. But we still need to give some importance to the states like Nagaland and also Arunachal Pradesh. The women enrollment share in higher education, except for Arunachal Pradesh and Tripura, the percentage share of women enrollment in higher education is above all India percentage figure. If you look at this table, growth rate shows an increasing trend, and female enrollment share of the region is only 2.9% of the all India total. Another one is the enrollment share of female in various levels of higher education. As in 2020-21, what I found is that the region is doing better. Like if you look at all the 8 states, PhD admission, and also the share of female at the PG and the UG level, except for few states. We need to come up like in terms of PG. Take an example, postgraduate level. Even though Assam is better, doing better, Manipur we need to bring up. Like if look at the all India level, that is 56.5%, and also some of the states like Arunachal Pradesh is much below the 50%. So. And then this table shows the percentage share of female teachers in the university and university level institutions. The professors level, still some of the states has to really work out that Arunachal Pradesh has only 19.9% of the female as the professors, the level of professors. And another one that we find is that some of the states are doing better, like Nagaland is much above the all India level, that is 35. And Tripura also we need to take care, 19.5. And the more of the female participation in terms of the teachers, like different levels, you'll find more female at the lower, assistant professor and the lecturers level. A few observations, what I learned from this table is that women has better position in terms of enrollment in a higher education institution, but lack women leaders. In the region, women have been participating in various aspects of society, both in political and social aspect. Taking the example, as earlier also, Madam have also reflected about the Manipur situation. Let's take the example of Manipur. We see women of Manipur are active participants in the human rights and the justice initiatives in civil society. In comparison to other sections of the country, they encounter less discrimination. Furthermore, social standards allow women to have less pressure to marry, more flexibility in their movement, choice of employment and choice of life partner, allowing them to participate actively in economic sector. It is also important to highlight the role of women Manipuri women in social movement. Their social change initiative may be traced back to the pre-British period when Manipur was a monarchy state. Women play a very important role and also take active part in eradicating the societal stigmas. Women's social movements, on the other hand, began to take part in the early 20th centuries, and these are also praiseworthy. Women are well known for their active participation in the region, more specifically in the state of Manipur, in a varieties of activities and contribution to society, including financial, political, social, cultural, and sporting activities. Women activists in Manipur are recognized as powerful political force. So their participation in sports and cultural activities are also praiseworthy. We can also think how empowered the women are in the region. Women education do empowers a person, yes, no doubt. An educated woman is an empowered individual. A woman, how we can define the empowerment? Yesterday also we heard from one of the madam, that first vice chancellor madam, the woman, when we say the empowered means the person who can take their own decision. A woman who can take his own decision in terms of choice of employment, choice of the partner, and also choice of the courses, and also allow them to actively participate in the economic sector, etc. So all of us think about how empowered we are. Women do take part in the state marketing sector also nowadays in the region. For instance, take the example, since I being from the Manipur, I just take the example, women market, one of the largest Ima market is run by the women, which shows that they also involved in the trade and the commerce of the state. Manipuri women are also large part of the take part in the the state's economic workforce. The role of Manipuri women has been growing as a result of improved education and higher literacy rate among the women, and they now hold position of responsibility in all the element of state, central, and the private sector. Women constitute the state's economic backbone. There is also, we see the growing trend of women seeking higher education in science and technology from the region. If you see, because I was just going through some of the annual reports of the universities like Northeast, Nehu. So I found that women are more, participating in science and technology. There is also a trend of women from the region studying in other part of the country as well as overseas that demonstrates society's significant interest in improving their social status through higher education. And also the region has women focused institutes and different initiative for improving the women education in the region. What we need is that, what I feel, we need more women in the field of banking, and also leadership position in the universities, science and the technology, scientists we need, engineers and technocrats, and also policy making in the field. Most of, what I feel, one of the challenges is that they have achieved the higher education, but their what to say, aspiration in terms of trying to choose for the job, many of them choosing their teaching profession. This is what I feel. They should also try to choose, like, for example, politics should be one of these things. So you see, there is less representation of women in the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, and the state legislature. That is one thing. So what is lacking in the region is that there is lack of women who is leading a higher education institution like the university as a vice chancellor or as registrar, though at the college level there are a number of principals. So what I feel, we need to give some kind of motivation to the students right from the beginning to aspire, dream higher, to come to the policy making and also to lead in any sector. So this is what I'm submitting here. Thank you once again for your patient listening. Yes.
Exactly doing that and creating mentors, not just policy makers, but also mentors for policy makers. I think it's a very interesting point because at entry level, usually we associate women's enrollment either or job participation as a space of empowerment. But within that, this restriction towards less job, either in forms of teachers or in forms of computer scientists, whatever you call it, in whichever capacity. I think this is a very important point of highlight that you make in your presentation, that we must also go to the field and explore politics, economics, and whatnot. Thank you so much once again. We now move on to the next presentation by Dr. V. Saumali from TIS Guwahati. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank the organizer, NIPA and IIT Guwahati and my friend Rashmi for inviting me and being a part of this panel. Today, I'm just going to talk about sharing my thoughts with you. Unlike any other paper that I've presented elsewhere, where I over-prepared, look at all the theoretical framework and then according to this and that. After listening to yesterday, the inauguration and the first session, I thought that this is a very good platform for me, coming from Mizoram, which is very little hurdle, and being a tribal woman, and having been taught in peace for the past decades. So consider this as the kind of conversation I wanted to carry. So since I have a tendency to go off while I'm saying one topic, I've written down some notes. So I want you to consider it as a kind of conversation. As a student of sociology, we like to look at education as an agent of education and society are mutually dependent, and education as an agent of transmission of culture, right? So it has gaining education also attaining a great power. Coming from a place like Mizoram, even though my title says Northeast India, I realized that same Northeast India, treating it as a monolithic entity, as Professor Raki has mentioned, is so problematic. There are more than 200 tribes in India. These tribes having their own language, which we do not even want to brand them as an dialect. So therefore, I wanted to be very specific by bringing into the context of Mizoram, which is also where I come from. So I think that I remember my parents constantly telling me to get education degree. Because for them, they say, they keep telling me, not only even now, they keep saying that the only way in which you can overcome poverty and having a secure life is only through education. Right? So, having said that, we are being encouraged to learn, to follow education in whichever, and you have no idea how many parents have invested in their children to outside of Northeast, outside of Mizoram. Some parents who rear kids do all kinds of work in order to support their kids so that they can become. And we talk about technical skills, we talk about entrepreneurship and all, but in the mind of the tribal, especially in the context of Mizoram, having permanent job in government, getting salary, after salary pension, still is the big dream, right? When it comes to Mizoram, and in particular Mizo women, I also wanted to briefly mention that it is inevitable to look at the intersectionality of the church, ethnicity, state, especially in relation to gender. I wanted to remember in the backdrop of what I'm going to speak in the next. Because church is the most important institutions in Mizoram, which is even more powerful than the state. I hope I'm not being misquoted nowadays, everything is so political. The church is also very responsible in the molding and shaping gender identity. And I'm saying this, you talk about higher educational learning, who are the teachers, right? The Mizo teachers are also members of the church. Very active members, even the politicians, right? In that context. So in overall, church domination is very, very strong. In that, I'm going to situate my lecture into three main parts: a very brief overview of gender relations, traditional gender relations in Mizo society and contemporary context and the way forward. So, traditional Mizo society excluded women from religious rites and ceremonies is not very much different from other societies where it is very patriarchal structure and then acknowledge men as the sole breadwinners and administrators. So women could neither become priests or any kind of different village head, right? And another thing is, people talk about some of the early writings that comes like British anthropologists or early social anthropological writings would often mention how Mizo women, how hard they work and how active they are in the economic process because they never get rest early morning till they go to bed. That's how they are working. And I've also witnessed my grandmothers, my own mothers, working and participating in the kind of economic activities. And I remember because, as I say this, a lot of from my heart, my mother also is very active in what they call as, I come from the southern part of Mizoram, Marathanukur. This is the largest women organization. She was elected as the president in our locality. So she asked me to accompany one of the meetings. I went there, the kind of thing they discussed. They wanted to implement some new schemes in order to uplift, and every member said, yes, this is a very good one. Let's not take decision. We will go home and let's all consult our husbands and we have another meeting. Obviously, that was when I was in the University of Hyderabad. Feminism in my mind was at its peak. I was not very yet, not yet experiencing how difficult it is multitasking as a teacher and a brother. But I was at the peak, so I got very angry. Why did you say that? You should be able to take decision on your own. That's why you are elected as a president. In my mother looked at me. This is why I told you not to do PhD. You understand, right? So this is the kind of society where I come from. So in a way, in that sense, Christianity is considered as the way in which Mizo women find emancipation. Because it was the Christian missionaries who established girls' schools and all in 1894. No, this is wrong actually. This is right, I'm sorry. So the girls' school. And also the girls' school for which they always look at Christianity for having introduced into Western education as a way in which Mizo women can actually live the traditional home of life and coming into modernity and now really accessing the public sphere. But what we don't often realize is that traditional society of Mizo actually had a set of their own patriarchal structure, but the coming of Christianity also bring their own patriarchal notions. This is very much embodied within Christian ideology. So we now, in my opinion, are actually witnessing these two forms of patriarchy, testing intersecting, right? I'm going to talk about the second point, contemporary situation. As you have also mentioned in the slide and all, if you look at the number, like Dr. Priyanka yesterday said, the number is very favorable to Mizo women, isn't it? High literacy rate, but with all established, not the literacy doesn't really bring intellectual level and high sex ratio. If you look at statistical record, wow, it's very impressive, isn't it? But this is actually that the notion that people often have, and I often hear this from my peers, from in other international or national symposiums, that Mizo women, yes, and not these women have relatively more freedom as compared with other women from our society.
Four minutes, please. That's
Yeah.
not that. We'll miss on all the
Okay.
time.
All right. I want to. Okay, since I have my time is 2 minutes usually. Let's ask about the conflicted status of Mizo women. On one hand, one can talk about the so-called liberated aspect of women, but on the other hand, how they are restricted, right? Somehow, where women are actually an active role or were invisible or inactive. The last point, since my point is, the last point, this is, please let me finish this last point.
Sure. I am really
Yesterday, in our
apologetic.
operation and the first session, we listened to wonderful presentation, right? One, my critique is on LDP itself. This our syllabus, of course, outlined, as Dr. Priyanka has pointed out, is very male-centered. And someone who's been teaching gender and society, we understand feminist methodology and feminist critique of ethnography and the way we are doing research, so on and so forth. The manner in which we study in their society, as a sociologist myself, is very upper class and very Anglo-centered as well. Hence, we need to revamp our courses syllabus. This is very important. And as I mentioned, society and education are mutually dependent. What we taught in the class and what we learn in the formal educational setup is also what shapes our ideology, right? After teaching career, after decade, I realized that feminism or gender studies should be incorporated at a much earlier stage. Because what I've observed is when you teach feminism or feminist movement, it is not often treated as part of other social theories, not alongside functionalism or Marxism or critical theory. So they consider feminism as only a study of women, but really not realizing that feminism is actually a critique of the structural inequality that exists in our society. That is one point. And another point is that I think that yesterday Professor Ajanta, Vice Chancellor of some women universities, say that women are empowered when they are only able to take decisions on their own. And also, like Professor Sudhanshu mentioned, whether women are able to convert their so-called freedom and capacity to live in this life. I may have a PhD degree, I may teach English, I may get salary. That gives me the extent to which only what I want to wear, what I want to eat, but not necessarily being given as per with my male counterpart. The last one, really the last one. And also, I think that the need for further research on gender in Northeast is very important. Literature on tribal women is very stark. I was looking at these reading materials for this conference, but I do not come across anything specific on Northeast and tribal women. So I think that funding and more research is very important. And let this conference be the beginning of something where we pay more attention. In NDP 2020, traditional knowledge of India within the Indian knowledge system is mentioned with the aim to strive for sustainable and strive for the welfare of all. One of my colleagues attended the such program because as a faculty now, it is compulsory for us to attend such kind of programs, right? And then I see many also listen online. All was taught, maximum was in Sanskrit. Right. Even though in document it is mentioned tribal knowledge and all being treated, but the actual scenario it is not. So what that actually is very problematic. It is like going back to Orientalist perspective and using ethnological perspective, understanding of society, which I'm not against, is okay. It's okay, but that is only 25 to the traditional Indian society, right? But does not really agree with the present pluralistic diversity in Indian society, massive tribal society. So my last point is branding a certain or particular efforts as Indian knowledge is problematic as it also raises the epistemology question: who can be the lawyer and what constitutes law? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saumali. I think very rightly pointed out, it is all very political. It always was. It always will be. What we can do with these kind of conferences, with these kind of deliberations, and with a lot of activities and inclusions, we can minimize these politics. And that's about it, I think. Thank you so much. We now have come to our last presentation. Professor Polly Walking from Guwahati University, who will now talk on what is her reflection on gender impact in Northeast India. No, there is no.
A very good morning to all of you. Thank you so much to the organizer for having me here. I've saved my time, not thanking every one of you. Actually, I'm not going to talk about the gender issues. Basically, I want to talk about my experiences being a part of women's study. And because I am from geography, from my passion to work on gender issues, how I happen to be in the Department of Women's Studies. So it's basically my experience there, and through the assignments, different studies were carried out, and these assignments were carried out through the students because of the lack of resources that we have, and the struggles we have to collect information about women and compile them. We all know that gender disparity exists in India, and we also see, like when we go to the data, but data can also be presented. But from the data, we find that the gender disparity is increasing, and at times we believe with the myth that gender disparity doesn't exist in Northeast, which is not so. They do exist, and it exists in different forms. So this is a myth that position of women in Northeast are better. We are all same in some way or the other. And in fact, I feel that position of women, I'm just talking about women, when the position of women in Northeast becomes far more complicated because of almost all the states are covered in pockets or in full by the 6th schedule, and where we have the tribal customary law, which Sophie and others have also spoken. So that makes the position of women in the Northeast far more complicated. And so for the deeper understanding of these issues, we need a space. And that space was provided to us in the previous NP. And that space subsequently, it grew. A guideline was provided that we need centers. We need centers for Centers for Women's Studies, Center for Gender Studies. And in 1986, when the NEP came, it was initiated by the leaders, by the policy makers who designed it. And a space was provided, and from the space, from the center, it subsequently grew, and it grew to a department, and where I am today. Suddenly, with this new NEP, which we thought we wanted a space for centers or women's studies, center for gender studies, was totally gone. Now, this is a huge problem across India and in the Northeast also. Now, maybe I am here and Rakhi Baidu is here because we already created a space for ourselves. But when the previous NEP was there, that space was there, and subsequently it was growing, but not in a uniform way. So in that space where they had permanent faculties, it evolved into a department. Now that space, which was just growing up or was struggling to grow, they are ceasing to exist now. And my question is, when there are so many gender issues, why that space is not given? Now, when Professor Krishna Menon was talking about the theories, when I call her Rakhi Baidu, when Rakhi Baidu was talking about the literature, and when we're talking about the research, and when we're talking about the data, where do we teach them? We need a space. To understand economics, we have Department of Economics, we have knowledge of economics. To understand politics, we have political science. But to understand about women, what do we understand through? So that space is essentially required, which we don't have it now. And again, there are disparity in the space which is given to women's studies. It differs according to state university, it differs according to central university, it differs according to state government, state granted aid university. So these are the problems which all the people who are working on the issues in research on women are facing. And forget about the queers. Like women have somehow managed to get a space for themselves, but when we talk about the space for the queers, it is absolutely not working. It is absolutely absent. Maybe we are trying to teach them through this, through the curriculum and the knowledge which is disseminated through research. It's not found, and that is one of the major issues where we try to compare a comparative reflection on gender in higher education in India. And when one of my presenters was talking about why women leaders were not there, so UGC took an initiative to sensitize, aware and motivate women managers in higher education, which we call it as SAG workshop. And many of the leaders which you see in workshops today in different academies in higher education, they have trained this SAG workshop. That was also stopped. No funding has come. So how do we expect women to be managers when we have to struggle with all our chores and then be a manager? I'm a top trainer. I'm a since I went to that workshop. Maybe because for that reason I'm here. So all this needs to be worked upon, that needs to be reflected upon when we talk about the new education policy. And if we do that, maybe we will get a space for ourselves and more research will be done. We have an understanding about it. Otherwise, we are talking about gender issues, we are talking about women in seminars and workshops, but that is not going to fill up the gap which is being created by the new education policy. So that space is very essential to be created. Otherwise, those parameters are going to go further down because we have to understand patriarchy. It's just not having 15 minutes lecture or maybe one day workshop here. It's an education process. It is a learning process. It is questioning which can happen through institutions. And that space is essentially required, and through the policymakers who are here, this is an urge from myself and maybe from the other universities or also people who are working in the women's studies and gender studies, we need a space to work and create knowledge from gender perspective and to teach whatever we talk about. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Walking. I think that was very fascinating end to a very interesting panel from the beginning to the end. Though we are running very late in terms of time schedule, I think I'll still take one question from audience for not more. Please make sure that you have one question for each panelist.
I just have a question for Mr. Polly. That is that how does she envision the space to be made in the university? And can this collective get together and envision that space around them? Given the fact that there's so much emphasis on Indian knowledge systems, etc. So how do we kind of displace all of what Krishna was saying, but what Professor Somali was pointing out, or Professor Aki's this is indigenous, knowledge of the indigenous women, the land or lady. So in terms of content and in terms of space, how would you envision?
Yeah. So the space which was created was basically from the guidelines which were provided by the UGC. So that came to them, and it didn't come to when it was modified. When it was modified, the space was according to you don't get your standard in the regular form. It gets reversed. And if you don't have the guideline in place now, once again, what will happen? It provides a guideline, what we should do, what we should teach, how we should move forward. That guideline should again come to its space, or in place, which was removed. So that is, and through the guideline, we get a space. And that is very important. And that is because that was the step. Because we have 13 guidelines, and after the 13 guidelines, 14 guidelines, we didn't talk anything about it. So that old one, that really needs to come back. And that will be, because there everything is written, that government has to be constant to the folks, to the teaching faculty who are working in the departments or in the centers. So now nothing is there. So we have 4 faculties, and we are teaching UG, PG, PhD also, with 4 faculties. And they are giving us temporary post, contractual post, and they are working as hard as possible. But we see that we do not have that much of, resources. But we are doing enough. And when the NAC comes, there is one component that's known as gender. So they will be looking for us. So that is not right. And it's not just because of NAC, it's a contribution towards the society. The knowledge will definitely create a better place for every one of us, to the research, to the teaching. But it is only confined to Guwahati University. So if we talk about the centers or departments that we have, only 4 centers in the Brahmaputra Valley are functioning. And at one point of time, under Guwahati University, we had 126 small women's studies cells, and we are the mentors. But now, even if they come to us, we cannot guide them because we have no policy telling us that we need to mentor them. And of this, again, Tezpur University is struggling because it is a central university. The funding comes in a different way. The development happens in a different way. So everything is dependent on the authority and on the government to give us posts. It's such a huge disparity. In certain departments, there are 3 difficulties. And in one department, we have a number of departments which is running only 4 faculty.
Yes.
Professor Menon, although there are debates on multi-colonization, it will continue in some direction or the other. My worry and my question is that how do you see the whole privatization agenda shaping the state as a control apparatus and affecting or influencing decolonization? In what way?
Actually, this question has stumped me because I haven't thought about what privatization would do to this agenda. But money, business, let me put it like that, knows when to be obedient and when to carry out and not to sacrifice profits. So I'm just imagining that the decolonial agenda would find some kind of a cosmetic place within these private universities. Again, I don't want to generalize because there are, within private universities also, there is so much diversity. And I do think that this is a great opportunity for us to actually do something meaningful. And I have to say that my colleague and I have really put our heart and soul into this question, and we are sort of living and breathing IKS guidelines every day. So I don't disregard it at all. So ours has not, I think, not been a cosmetic engagement, but it is possible to engage cosmetically also with these guidelines by bringing a caricatured version of IKS can be done. So maybe some universities might go that road that might be easier. I really don't know because I haven't thought. Actually, that's the honest answer. But it is a good question. I will think more about it.
Privatization is basically colonizing. Because
What way?
for example, so if I just position myself and look at your question, it is basically colonizing. Colonizing in the sense like when we talk about gender studies, women's studies, then because it is not directly related to capitalism, right? It's basically about welfare or taking someone from the below and putting them in the mainstream, which privatization may not agree upon. Because when we wanted to introduce MA in women's studies, we were told by the principal that this should be the fee structure, which we totally disagree. And we could disagree because we had the guideline. And in the guideline, it was clearly stated that it is for the welfare of the society. So when you are talking about the welfare of the society, then you cannot think about profit. And that was a winning ground for us, and we stuck to a very low fee structure because people will not come to study women's
But
studies.
there are counter arguments. We need to increase in efficiency, growth, and so on.
May I pitch you just a little here, because we belong to different universities in the same state, in the same city actually. So I teach at Cotton University, but we've done a different thing. We've adopted a different model also because we came in much later. So what we did was we actually privatized gender studies in the sense that we charge, it's a self-financed course, right? So we actually charge students for a postgraduate diploma in gender studies, hopefully leading to PhD at a later stage, which we now fought for. I really pushed my head into the Indian Council to give us a PhD, and we have Krishna Menon helping us, my dear friend. She's on the board. So I do think that there are different ways in which you can kind of optimize opportunities. And having said that, I also want to go back to an earlier problem, and that was what do we do with women's studies and gender studies in the structures of the present NEP? I thought that there are opportunities that you can grab. For instance, in the undergrad program, in the framework FYUP, there is a multidisciplinary elective. What I have done in our university through the Center for Women's Studies is we've introduced 3 courses, which are all streamlined around gender. So there is one paper, Gender and Society, and believe it or not, I've had 100 students from across the board, students from science departments, from social sciences, and from the arts and humanities coming together to be in a classroom of Gender and Society in Sem 1. In the second semester, which we've just begun, we're teaching Gender and Environment / climate change. And I have 82 students. So I think you need to sometimes grab these opportunities because the system will not give it to you, on a platter.
Yeah, and I think on that note, we must make Professor Krishna Menon's input on the course she curated, because I don't want to miss out on what is the kind of mindset she had while she was trying to amalgamate the bhakti with a very central idea of feminist movement. Yes.
You take it. Yeah, I think we got questions to Professor Menon?
Okay, then maybe you can add it and then once the questions she can answer together. Yes, please.
Am I audible? Yeah. So actually, I thoroughly enjoyed this panel discussion and this wonderful presentation by all of you. But my question again, I'm sorry if there are too many questions to Professor Menon. This is an observation rather. I'm Rohini Mukashpuri. I work in the area of Bhakti and I also translate from medieval Marathi Bhakti poetry. So I was deeply interested in the course that you formulated and I thought it was time to get attention back to the course that you did. And though I joined midway through your presentation, yet I was wondering, because you said you had included the Bhakti poets from the south, from maybe the 5th to the 8th centuries. So I was wondering, why would you not have thought of sort of making it a larger kind of a body of women Bhakti poets, maybe from the Marathi region, from the west region of West, Mirabai and others. That was one thing. And the second was, if one sees it, one sees bhakti as a mode of, what shall I say, being or questioning or inquiry, would that mode not change when you come to, say, the 19th century, where the cosmology is different, but the spirit of inquiry is the same? So you have very many women, again from, I think, dominantly the Marathi region, who are, expressing their very deep, questions and their discomfort with the patriarchal society. Mumtabai Salve, Dharabai Shinde, Savitribai Phule, I worked on all of these, so that's why I added this question.
Yeah, thanks. This is a question that we have already obviously thought a little bit about. And the reason for not doing it in this first introductory course, there are many. One is just a tactical reason, which is we don't even know how it's going to be received in the various bodies. So we wait and watch. But the other reason is that both of us, my colleague Bindu Casey and I, we are more comfortable with Tamil and Kannada than with Marathi. We have, of course, found somebody who is happy to work with us, but even before that, we came across someone, and we will be roping in that person to move. Because, as you said very rightly, while the term bhakti might be common, but the socio-historical and political context in which these women are writing is very different. So we didn't want to just lump them all together. And hopefully, if this course is approved and it becomes popular like Raki's course with hundreds subscribing to the course, then it might give us a greater sort of standing to ask for part 2, part 3. I'm actually imagining many more courses, and I have some ideas on how to take this. So that was really the reason. And the other thing that I have tried to do in this course is actually to use the performing arts as a material through which to engage with bhakti. So in every module, so if it is Avaya, then there is a musical rendition of Avaya. If it is Andal, then there's a Bharatanatyam dance doing something from Andal. So I'm familiar with that and very comfortable with that. So that familiarity led me to action. But that's not to exclude any of what you were saying. In fact, I also have in mind many Christian saints, as they are called, from Kerala, who have been canonized and who are, in a way, it is a interpretation of bhakti, but from a different perspective. So we will be working on all those eventually, inshallah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any more questions to Dr. Sangeeta and Dr. V. Sangari?
I just had a point to
Yeah.
that Polly's, Banaras Hindu University, almost at the juncture of closing down women's studies center. and it took us a lot of, all of us who were interested in interrogating gender, bringing gender, we all decided that, we would come forward. But the recruitment system is very different, despite the fact that the UGC paid seats, so there's just one faculty member. And the coordinator is always coming from other departments. But as Rakhi Ma'am just mentioned, we've come out with another self-financing course as part of the IOE, and this is a Master's in Gender Studies. So there are interesting ways in which, we can use the new education policy. In fact, with the new education policy, we started this multidisciplinary course on gender, understanding gender. And we have around 400 students across disciplines, from sciences, from humanities. So there are these amazing ways in which, so there's a lot of resistance, like yesterday's presentation that Priyanka was mentioning, but there's also resilience. And we have to constantly find ways of, not letting these very hard, struggled forces go away like that. So, yeah, thank you. Just wanted to add Banaras.
Thank you. That's the last question we'll take.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is a general question. I'm not really pointing it out to anyone particular, anybody from the panel I think can answer. This was recently there was this article in Madhuri about higher education in Kerala. One thing which struck me was the author, who was a woman, she asked, see, Kerala has produced a lot of nurses for over generations. But despite having 14 universities, we still don't have a proper research degree in nursing or a university or a dedicated space for nursing. Largest number of nurses produced in Kerala are women. We have some exemplary leaders, if we know, even in US or UK, in very high positions. So you have leaders there, if you really want to call it. How does NEP or even our existing understanding of gender studies, our departments of gender studies, really engage with a profession like nursing? How does we include, or does NEP in any way provide spaces for understanding of gender to be incorporated in their teaching, or are there even avenues for higher education, research, proper research? I don't recall any research happening on nursing in Kerala. I've never come across any nurse who says I have a PhD in nursing. Despite I have a lot of nurses in the family who are earning well.
I don't know if we will have a very specific response. Maybe Dr. Sangeeta, do you have a point there as economist to make? Yeah.
Because women's studies, gender studies is different. If you look at nursing is a different professional course. But there are researchers which have gone, like, which have taken place looking at the gender dimension of nursing. So there are studies which have gone in from our department and also elsewhere, like gender, because once I did a study and I found that in 10 years there was only one male student who got enrolled in nursing. So that is what gender dimension that can definitely be taken up as a research project.
Yeah, just to sort of respond to what you're saying. See, I don't know enough about nursing epistemology to be able to sort of answer your question. But work on nursing from a gender perspective is something that has been done in India. There's plenty of work. So, based on that, to answer your question, see, nursing is seen as an extension of women's work. Yeah, it's seen as womanly, caring. So when there is care, there isn't much need for the intellect. It's all about body and affect and kindness and womanly touch. What is there to research about? Now, medically, maybe there is some research happening. I suppose one reason for not having this research trajectory in nursing could be the assumption that you just need to know the basics and you need to be a woman in order to be a good nurse. I think it's the gender construction of nursing itself which probably precludes the possibility of research degrees. I don't know much about it, so I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Soumya wants to add something.
Yeah, I agree to what Professor Menon just said, and and what Robbie also said. And definitely, Juris Studies is not going. Has done a lot of work on women health, nursing, and professionally, and all of these things. But if I take his question a little different way, the fact that if there are many women nurses going out of Kerala to do studies or to work, one of the things, if the NEP, I'm not very sure about NEP, but one of the things that state policies can kind of bring in, and as activists and academicians and people who are doing studies on gender studies and women studies, we can actually maybe the whole idea that one has to go out, and how many people can go away and study and go work. For work, they go because of the nonsense also, or to improve their economic status and contribute to a family good. But in terms of studying, doing PhD, etc., maybe the state policies can be pushed towards creating new universities, okay, concentrating on professions like for example on nursing. So in a way, maybe gender studies people, both activists and academicians.
Yeah, I think we are already going 11:45. We can have this heated discussion over a very hot cup of coffee tea. That would be ideal. Thank you so much, everybody. Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. It was very difficult. I managed somehow. Thank you so much.
I would like to request everyone to proceed to leave. We'll reconvene here in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
No, I don't know. Yes, I'm sending to
You never. No. Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna take a picture of all of you. You just stand. Just come, get up there.
When I got back,
When I got when I saw Manisha's face. I take a picture first. 1, 2, 3.
है ना? ठीक है एक थैंक यू भी मैं डिजर्व करती थी एक थैंक यू इज द लीस्ट इसीलिए मैंने बोला तो है ना
She's also one of my favorites. Like you can make up. Yeah, she's very nice. And I was feeling that. Yeah, and I really love to see Nindra also like it goes. Yes. One I did from the last semester. You're coming for
That person I call, we are right from your university.
Let's meet some. When are your kids?
Yes, but it's good to be curious. Yeah. So, but very importantly, I want to look at what this is a huge area of research, and there are other people working across the university. Exactly. So I also have to say, I want to because that's again, which is a very sensitive. Yes, I'm not really happy about travel. Thank you. Hey, no one said that. I will say that all in one.
So must have been. Yeah. Sorry, on the chair on the course. Thinking before the course will be like, no, I'm sick. Krishna. Where's your guys?
नहीं होगा दोनों में देखिए अरे इनको पता होगा ना जब आएगा मेमोरी कार्ड इनके पास होगा
So in your finger, there was some height. But this one. I will keep this
empty. जो कुछ नहीं मैं तो कॉपी ये है ना
Definitely.
এচিটা বন্ধ কৰি ইমান ভাল
ठीक है चेयर सेशन कुछ प्लान चाहिए ठीक है नो प्रॉब्लम यू हैव योर कॉपी ऑफ दिस
इसको यूज करो यहाँ पे आ जाएगा तुम्हें वहाँ एडमिट करना है क्या
अब मुझे वहाँ पे
हाँ एडमिट करो नो निर्मला वो उसमें बंद है हाँ वीडियो फोटो दे दो सर वीडियो
Please come.
ठीक है वो ऑन
Hello everyone. I think we are all back after some tea and snacks. So there's a slight small change. So the next session is academic leadership and human tenure. We have Professor Bornali Bhattacharya from Yale University, and because of our time,
time zones. We'll start this session with her talk, and then we will go on to our other speakers. We have some eminent speakers for the session. We have Dr. Pari Saikia from IIT Guwahati, Professor Padmini Guyan, Guwahati University, and of course Professor Manisha Prem from Nepal. So we'll start the session with Professor Varnali Bhattacharjee on women in STEM. So, Mr. Bhattacharjee, can you hear us? I think you are on mute.
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Can you just speak again one sentence?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We'll just increase the volume.
Yes, please. Thank you. I hope you are able to see my slides. Okay, at the very onset, I would like to thank all.
Wait, just a minute, Varnali, just give me 2 minutes.
Okay, sure.
Your audio is very low, so we are just trying to.
There is a microphone here, no? Microphone यहाँ से जाके.
हेडफोन में हेडफोन के हेडफोन जैक से बहुत आना चाहिए.
Can you speak to a mic, Varnali? This is better. Yes.
Is it better?
Yes.
Okay. Should I start?
Yes, start.
Okay. At the very onset, I would like to thank all the organizers, especially Professor Bedamatta for the kind invitation. As it's very late at night, and I will try my best to keep all of you engaged. And so I was told to speak about my experiences in academia so far. And I thought usually you talk about your experiences when you are retiring or you have done something which you are very proud of. Right at this moment, I feel like it would be a boring journey without holding hands with some of the stalwarts. So what I have done is I will tell you my story, and at the same time, I would like to introduce you to some of the artists. Many of you are very, very much aware of these artists, some of the famous paintings which might reverberate or also support the feelings that I had when I made those journeys. So I will begin with the very beginning, the Northeast connection. I was born and brought up in Meghalaya, in Shillong, and if we were to say the world is a stage, each of these slides will have a painting which will tell you a little about my journey, a little about the artists. And on the left, you can see that it is a painting called A Play by Karine Joplin Langstia, which was painted in 2011. She is a painter from Shillong, and she paints about most of the time.
Your slides are not shared, Varnali.
Oh, my slides are not shared. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, hold on a second. Let me try again. I had shared them. Can you see them now?
No. It's coming up. Yes.
It's coming up. Okay. Sorry about that. I thought I had shared them. So each of my slides, before I begin, each of my slides on the left-hand side, there is either a painting or a photograph, and it kind of reverberates the feelings that I had when I made the journey. So let me begin with this first slide and with the very beginning of my journey. I am from the Northeast. I am from Shillong, Meghalaya, but I'm a Bengali. I was born and brought up there, and that's my Northeast connection. And on the left is a painting which is made by a Khasi painter, Karine Joplin Langstia, whom I know very well. And I find that if the world were a stage, as it is famously known to all of you, we are all players. And I do not know, as a chance, I was born in the northeast part of India, and I feel very privileged to have been born there. And I began my journey there. But to begin with, if you were to talk about scientific acumen, as a middle-class Bengali, we were told that it would be an engineer or a clinician who would win the laurels first, and then you are considered to be a mediocre if you went into a general field. So I did go into a general field, and if you look at this slide, I will talk a little about how we broke some of the barriers when I did my bachelor's from St. Edmund's College. On the left is a painting which is more profound than what we were able to do, but it is a painting by Norman Rockwell in 1964, and the painting is called The Problem We All Live With. So this is a painting about Ruby Bridges, who was for the first time as an African American allowed to study in a school where all the white children were studying. It was such an impactful thing that, as you can see on the walls, it is written nigger, and people hated the idea, especially the white Americans hated the idea. And these are US Marshals who were protecting her so that she would not be hurt. And she made an attempt to attend school. Her school for the first year was just herself in the class because all the white children were not allowed to attend school. Their parents did not allow them to attend school. But this was her effort. Compared to that, my effort was not that much. We were the first batch of ladies who started a course. The college actually had started a course in biochemistry for the first time in the northeast part of India. And it was in St. Edmund's College that I did my bachelor's from. We were the first batch of girls. I think there were 4 of us in the entire college. And we had a very pleasant time. Nothing like the tribulations of Ruby, but it was a first. It was the first batch of biochemistry. We finished our bachelor's in 2000, and I had topped the university. And then there is always a challenge whether you would like to stay in the Northeast. For most of the students, I'm sure some of them are in the audience, we often feel a lot of pressure thinking that we might be learning a lot more if we moved to the other cities and saw the wider world outside. And so, as an effort to do the same, like most of the students are and have been doing, I moved to another part of the country to start my master's, because you're given a choice of doing a master's. There are not much jobs available after your bachelor's. I think the scenario has been changing, and I see it very differently here in the US. And so, from the northeast part of India, from a very small town called Shillong, I moved to Kolkata to start my bachelor's in 2000. My master's in 2000. And as I said, it's a boring thing that I'm sharing. It's about life. And hence, I have chosen to put up another famous painting. This is by Chittaprasad Bhattacharya. Chittaprasad is very well known as an activist and as a painter. Because he was an activist, he was not allowed to join art school, as well as he was not allowed entry into Shantiniketan. And he learned art himself, and he is one of those people who have portrayed the famine in Bengal very well through his sketches and his paintings. And this is from a book. It's an illustrated folktale book called The Kingdom of Rasgulla. And I started my journey in Kolkata in 2000 by starting my master's from University of Kolkata or University of Calcutta in the Department of Biochemistry. I was one of those odd people who had been given a seat as an outstation candidate, and we had to go through a few rounds of interviews to be in that department. And there were about 75 students in my class, and a lot of them were women in there. And that's where I began my journey into research in that department. But it was a very weird experience in the sense that because I had come from the northeast part of India, I'm sure there is a lot of intermingling, there is a lot of exposure now, such that the kind of questions we were asked many a times by our peers as well as people in the department were sometimes baffling.
I was once told I was wearing a wraparound, and I was told it must be my traditional dress, and I was baffled by the fact because I'm a Bengali. So there were very, very weird circumstances, but at the same time, it was one of the places where I learned or I fell in love with research because of some of the teachers who taught us. So that's where I began my journey in Kolkata. And after I finished my master's in 2002, my father had told me that I should come back to Shillong and maybe take up tuitions because he thought that he did not have enough money to support any of my education anymore. So it was very interesting because at the time, many of my friends were appearing for their GRE to move out of Kolkata to the US to start their PhD. And I was not even aware of such entrances that were happening. But luckily, my mother had sent me some money to sit for my NET examination, National Entrance Test, and I was able to pass that. And at the same time, ISI, or Indian Statistical Institute, used to hold its own entrance examinations for students in biology as well as other courses, and I was able to qualify both of them. So that's why I joined miraculously in 2002. Instead of taking up tuitions for students in Shillong, I joined Indian Statistical Institute to do my PhD in epidemiology and molecular virology under the mentorship of Dr. Shormila Sengupta. So I started my journey there, and it was a very interesting journey. So ISI fellowships were very less in amount, so I moved on to start my fellowship with CSIR, and we would often not get our stipends, which I do not know what's the scenario now. And we would I think I had borrowed money many a times from my friends because our stipend money would come in bulk, but during the period when we didn't have a stipends, it used to be a struggle because I used to stay in the hostel, and it used to get very, very tough because my father was unable to support me during that period. And it was a joke at the time that the day we would receive our stipends, all of us would go out and eat because we otherwise wouldn't be able to afford eating out, which I believe is a common phenomenon now. So this is how our journey as a PhD student continued, but it was a very good environment where we learned a lot, and it was a very, very pleasant experience there. I completed my PhD in 2008, and then I moved on to the US to start a postdoctoral training at the University of Massachusetts Medical School, and my mentor at University of Massachusetts was Dr. Timothy Kwolek. I worked on viruses all my life. I have been working on viruses, and I worked on another virus which caused a lot of childhood diseases. So I spent my time between 2009 and 2014 as a postdoc in Worcester, Massachusetts. Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You will need to end in 2 minutes.
Yes, that should be good. So it was a wonderful time, but at the same time, my father was kidnapped at that time, and there were extortionists who were asking for money, and I had to gather all my fellowship money in order to get him released from. I have no clue who they were, but it was a tough time, and at the same time, I was having a very, very good time as a postdoctoral trainee, and we had very nice, fantastic publications coming out at that time. And this painting is by the only known female impressionist, Mary Cassatt from the US, who has painted this child who is supposed to be sitting in a very ladylike manner but did not conform to the norms, and that's why it's one of my favorite paintings, and that's why I have put it here. So I completed my postdoc, went back to India,
to with the Ramanujan Fellowship, which was given to me, and I joined the National Institute of Biomedical Genomics, and I was there from 2015 to 2021. And this was a period of team building. I had two of my students there, and I spent a very, very nice time working on antibiotic resistance. But this was also a period of trauma and turbulence, because I believe India is still not used to non-tenured positions or faculty positions. And the first discrimination that I faced was that I was put in an office which was in the ground floor while all the other faculties were on the first floor, because the director had told us that these are temporary employees, they should not be at the core of the building, you shouldn't trust them. So this was the first thing I heard. We were thrown out of meetings many, many times. And whenever we applied for a tenure, the tenures were rejected. So this was a very, very traumatic time for me. That's why I put up this painting. I'm sure it's known to all of you. It's by a Norwegian painter called Edvard Munch, and it's called Scream. So I was very, very disillusioned at that time, and the only solace I found was in painting. And I would often, between doing science, go and paint with these microorganisms. These are all paintings of bacteria that I had done, and I found sanity in art at that time while while I continued running the lab. And this was interesting in the sense that in 2018, American Society of Microbiology gave me a prize for this particular painting, which I called My Yellow Dream. And it was one of those times when the institute was not very nice to me, but at the same time, I was appreciated for something else, which was very, very nice. And that helped me keep my confidence and keep moving. The next part was this, that I was not offered a tenure, but finally I was offered a tenure in 2022, and I moved to Amity University. But at the same time, I was very, very disillusioned by the fact that we had had excellent publications, and in spite of that, we were not offered a tenure. So I moved into the US. I joined university in 2022. But the hilarious part was this, that the day I reached the US, within a week or so, I was informed by Department of Science and Technology that published a book on 75 of the scientists who are under 50 and who are shaping India's future. And I was considered to be one of them. And one of my students had highlighted my face. As you can see, this is the exact picture that they had sent me and told me, "Is this you? Is this you in this picture?" And yes, that was me. And I was very, very delighted, but at the same time, very, very sad that I had left my motherland to be in another country because of the discrimination that I had faced back there in India. But we should always end on a happy note. And I'm very happy to be here at Yale with all of these beautiful uh, career women as well as men who have been so, so very nice here, and they are very, very successful, and we all aspire to be like them. Some of them are writing for they are faculties who are doing so well on their own, but they also write for the New Yorker. These are clinician scientists as well as basic scientists whom I work with. This is the Yale team. And to end it on a happy note, I just wanted to share some of the pictures that I have taken. And these are all children, female children. I like to take pictures of them smiling. And I thank you all for your patience. And thank you for giving me a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bonani.
Thank you so much.
Speaker, and
Talks by everyone and then the questions. So Professor Manisha Priyam from NEPA. I don't think she needs an introduction.
Thanks to the chair and my co-panelists. I was straight into the heart of the matter, and What I do now in the next few minutes is to question the sociological theory of pipelines, which have been made a reference to by Professor Ravinder Kaur. Now, what is pipeline? It's not the drain pipes that we see, but it's the theory of ascendance, and it's the theory of ascendance in the hierarchy of organizations. So, in the university, the formalism of the university actually gives us some hope that we now got out private sphere where there was inequality, there was caste, there was gender, and we've entered this formal sphere where formal rules will apply, and having exit prior restrictive hierarchies, now there's a plan can go by. So that's the hope with which women in the academia live by, and that's the ideal type. Now, what do I do to the ideal type? I counterpose this ideal type with some empirical reference, and those since the organization that we refer to here is not a typical Fordist assembly line organization, it's the university, damn it. So I then look at the university amongst three sets of empirical reference. The first, and the data are basically meant to elucidate a few markers. So the data won't come on tables, they'll come to you as I speak. And I left out, Smriti does the graph so well and the data representation so well. And when we put those hierarchies yesterday of the academic hierarchy in the various departments, the bar graphs had grill-like structures for the men, and women were up top in saffron, they could have been in red. For the women were free at the top. The men were in bounded domains. So I'm going to elucidate with data points. The second point that I'm going to do is to use a conception of the university as a productive site, as a site that generates knowledge. And I contest the idea of the university as anything that can contribute to the service sector, and that larger critique of the university as contributing to the knowledge economy and to the neoliberal transformations. I will not go into that domain for the moment, but the university has a productive side, and you will see how discussions on inequalities of gender first and then Dalit or caste, but not even caste, Dalit specifically, it constitutes the Indian university as a true public side, the height of the authoritarian trends of the Indian state in the mid 1970s. And I believe that the transition from the town and gown elite university of the men in their ties dominating the public university side is made in beginning the mid 1970s till about the 1980s, and the university, public university, the broken down university ruins got ready to receive the first generation of massification. So on the one side, we have contrarian trends of where our continent now wants to align geographically to the West, and not even the West to America. But the first generation are marching from the laboring fields into the university. Now preparation is happening while the university is preempting the change, and women are leading that change from university sides. Now, finally, what it means to be a university leader in the public university. Now, I'm going to use final point only as a point of highlighting, and I'm going to use two comparative cases, and I use the comparative method here. In the first case, that is used but suppressed. In the final one, it comes to shade, and it counterposes two contrary cases of conditions under which women were successfully able to lead public university. So women must have hope. But when I tell you about the conditions, you will see why women might even lose hope, as Barmali just did, and exit. Now, public university, as I see it, along three axes, as an embodiment of ideas. But those ideas are not a heuristics or just telling you of an ideal type which you could move as an economic assumption and create market, norms of the market. No, far from that. The university is a normative sign, an embodiment of values of universality and accepting differences, of autonomy in many ways, and equality and iteration. Equality is an iteration of the first one, and in operation, it's a contested, colonial concept. In reality, it exists as an embedded social actor. Now, as an embedded social actor, it engages with various levels of the federal, state, and institutions, but it's also an agency. And as an agency, and even while we have all these norms, parameters, at the end of it, we are inspiring the agency of our students, the capabilities of the least advantaged now, and the marginalized, especially those quantity of massifying our universities, those embodied lives actually come from the poorest sections of the society. Now, I quickly come to the data-based arguments, which are very important. And let me tell you that all this about gender equity in participation, which is a global phenomenon, is punctured the moment we put the gender lens on the data. The increase in enrollments has been phenomenal from a low of only 10% women in 50-51. We are now nearly at the 50% level, so that's a huge achievement. How far that race. But the moment I take the student enrollment rates and start looking at the teaching force, I find that in 1960-61, we had only 38% of teaching force for women. Now nearly 42% of the teaching force are women. So again, the point of Hubri, just when you begin to look at us as an organization and you build us as a hierarchy, and if you look at the pyramid of the teaching force, you will find that we have a narrow base, but it's a large number. It's a narrow base because we're taking all India figures, and we find that there's a lot of caliber teaching force, what Benmali is talking about. Now, caliber teaching force is this near gender parity. For in 2010 level, for 33,336 temporary male teachers, we had a slightly higher number, 200 more, 33,523 female teachers. So when is it that we achieve near parity? When the system gets more and more casual. The moment you go up the ladder, you find large number of teaching force in India is at the entry level of being assistant professors. Now, even at this level for the 2010-11 data, and trends are similar, little bit here and there. 2/3 are men, 47,247 assistant professors to only 14,702 female ones in 2011, 2010-11. And that changes, but the real issue is not how many at which stage. The real issue is survival. And the story is that of infanticide in this pipeline. We need to create a real rubric and not the ideal time and see where women are dying. Now, as we look at 7-year transition drives, as you move up, assuming that from assistant to associate, you should take about so many years, you will find that that survival is simply not happening. And then we feel that, just give me a minute. There's a 47% gap in male and female professors in 2017-18. So if 2010-11 data were taken, you find that the top is very, very narrow. Now, we look at it for various grades from assistant to associate in the 7-year period. If there were 100 male professors in 2010-11, in 2017-18, 26% become associate professors. So it's there's something which is stopping even them from getting there. But 26% became associate professors. For 100 women, now that base was already skewed for men and women. For 100 women, only 21 become associate professors. The top of the hierarchy, for 100 male professors, 63% survive and become full professors all over India. For 100 female professors, only 45 become full professors ever. And we can go over stories at the start. I'm transitioning now to the second point that I made, and that is that if we somehow survived, look at what we did. And if we somehow survived, we did what Polly Lockley, who's been gracious enough to accept my invitation, and Professor Mary John is not here, but Krishna Menon is here, and that is women studies. And that affects the university, women studies, and Dalit studies more than simply the generic name caste. It prepares the university to transition as a structural phenomenon from the down and down elite university, the tie-suited men, as I said, to first generation, learners from working families. I'm going to tell you just one point of how JP Naik invites Veera Majumdar from leave in 1975 when emergency was being imposed, and he said, the invisible women will become the top any studies, critical studies in the university. We will not be able to study political activity, and women's studies is how critical studies survive. I come to the last final point for which I, requested Professor Rohini to stay back, and which is look at the height when the temples of modern India were being built. Nehru handpicked Hansa Mehta, who was a member of the Constituent Assembly. She moves on, and Madam Roosevelt is leading the discussions on the human rights and the Congress. And Hansa Mehta says it's not the rights of men. And in an appendix, it's noted that a rather assertive woman from India changed the notion from being the rights of men to these being human rights. Now, Hansa Mehta, the woman vice chancellor of the MSU Baroda University, Nehru was very scared of her. Nehru wanted her to host as a woman the first. There were delegates coming from abroad, but Hansa Mehta, I took a pick on the man, but there were no boys as Hansa recollects, and she says that these boys only knew how to use a twig, which is the datun, to brush their teeth. So Hansa actually prepares rural boys to be host to the first Indian National Science Congress. I'll move from this success and tell you that that was the temples of modern India. And Hansa, remember, was also the wife of Jeev Raj Mehta, who was the first chief minister, a noted doctor and a Gandhian from Gujarat. But look at the story of when women from the laboring fields want to transition through the university sphere and try to rise up the top, not on their own, but simply by dint of pursuing academics and simply by taking inequality as a lens with which to work in the academia and live their lives. I conclude by telling you of the story of C. Parvathamma, who continues to inspire me. Now, C. Parvathamma was the daughter of a widow agricultural laborer from Davangere. The mother worked in a village, then moved up to the district headquarters because she saw that the being hard. Now she would labor by day. By the evenings, the mother had a little thela of vegetables because even for free high school, additional resources were required. Now Parvathamma would study in the school and then be by her mother in the evening because it was not safe for her to be alone in the home while the mother was selling vegetables by the evening. Now, by the time she reaches high school, her own relative is so upset with her mother and Parvathamma. And Parvathamma says, I never realized it was my mother who took all the insults from the relatives. That there are some kind people in Davangere who built a home for them outside the village, and that's where they used to stay. Now, Parvathamma finally comes to Maharaja's College, where I've been able to do an ethnography, a long-term ethnography. The Parvathamma gets admission in the college, but no hostel to stay. So she gets sleeping rights in the teachers' college hostel, but those sleeping rights come only for the night. And through Parvathamma, I understood how rare it was for a Dalit woman to even get admission to a hostel. Now, Parvathamma then had, I'm cutting the story short, has malaria, but she has to take the undergraduate exams to become a graduate from the Maharaja's College. Malaria strikes her. She's shivering in fever, and her eyes are swollen out. Now, Parvathamma doesn't have anywhere to stay by night. So the Maharaja's College veranda becomes a home where she stays. Now, with these difficulties, Parvathamma ultimately earns the scholarship of the Karnataka state government, and lo and behold, she reaches the Radcliffe, at Harvard and begins her PhD there. Parvathamma says, this is not for me. This is too elite. There's no discussion of inequality here. Farooq decides to leave that PhD and comes back and goes for a second PhD at Uni Manchester, enough of African studies, and it is at Manchester that she meets Max Gluckman, and the ideas of inequality then become entrenched in her work. M.N. Srinivas, who was her field supervisor then, now Parvathamma writes her dissertation in flying colors, but by 1974, at the Patna Conference of the Indian Sociological Association, Parvathamma decides to question M.N. Srinivas himself and says, M.N., did you write the Remembered Village from the Brahmana realm? He liked the state of Karnataka by the 1980s invites Parvathamma to become the vice chancellor of the University of Mysore. Parvathamma asked the state to take questions and said, no, I'm not going to take this offer like this. Your university is very corrupt. will you give me an IAS officer and either an income tax or an audit and accounts officer to run my university? The state prevaricates, by which time Pantama was a leading advisor to the Indian state on anti-poverty programs, especially among scheduled tribes and women in Karnataka. And when the state prevaricates, Parvatama calls a meeting of the teachers of the university and she says, collegiality is where my autonomy lies. She refuses the offer, and before the state decide on her, she decides on the state and she refuses the offer. And that power is agency. And I conclude by saying that both that I heard of the non-tenure, the delayed fellowships, the relationships that the students are lending. These are all agencies about food insecurity. Craig, Jane, and I have already written a big article, and girls form the frontiers with which foundations can be broken. And that's my lesson from BHA. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Manika, for that wonderful talk. And I think it's so interesting to see a very young assistant professor from Yale, her experiences being theorized from their, examples from much behind, much further in time, and you can still see the section. And I think that is just so wonderful. Thank you so much, Manika. Our next speaker is Professor Padmi. Or you want to go? Okay, okay. Dr. Pai, okay. Dr. Pai is like, yeah, from my body.
Well, thank you, Chairperson, and Mr. Paul, very good afternoon. And thank you, organizers, especially my friend and colleague, Mr. Ramesh Sugewala, from the Education Department, and Mr. Vanisha Priya, for inviting me to the seminar. I would like to humbly admit at the very beginning that I am a beginner in the subject of research. So when Rashid asked me to do that, I said I will do it from the perspective of a student, learner. But I think that's the best way to learn for me as well. So I speak today from that particular perspective. Having said that, I do not want to undermine even my experiences as a student in a higher education institution and also as an academic here in IIT for about 13 years from being an assistant professor to associate and now professor. And prior to that, my experiences as in teaching sessional lecturer positions in at McGill and University of Victoria, so I have a lot to share in terms of my experiences. So I hope I can do my best and I will try not to disappoint you. What I'll try to do is to have my presentation as negotiated gender cultures. Women in leadership positions in academia in higher education institutions. I'm trying to look at the prevailing gender norms and codes of behavior which underscore academic work environments in the HEIs cause structural constraints for women's access to leadership positions. I've problematized two things in this presentation: visibility and increased participation of women in the HEIs. My aim is to look beyond an understanding of glass ceiling that is considered to prevent women from advancing and also negatively impacts women and their trajectories to reach a higher level. I try to develop an understanding of the female advantage, a phenomenon that was observed in several studies since the 1990s, which refers to the incursion of women into the academic world, where their talents, skills, and ideas are highlighted, and which is manifested by the rise of women in HEIs. Paradoxically, the female advantage, as we see globally, does not necessarily involve large sections of women in decision making levels in HEIs with predetermined gender cultures. The established practices reinforce prevailing norms and sexual stereotypes. Therefore, I argue that, like many other institutions where social relations are key to gender identities, even academia indicates a complex web of interactions between the socio-cultural structures and essentializes the positionality of women as leaders in HIs. Educational reforms and policies are very central to nation state making exercises, where women make the most of contributions. Yet, their contributions are not highlighted in the political discourses of nation state making. As far as my knowledge of nation state making goes, as a student of political science, it is a series of interlocking processes to establish an apparatus of control. Mainstream accounts of nation state making are mostly centered on the role of men in the process of nation state making, thereby depicting the role of women to nurturing and caregiving. Rarely the contribution of women as fighters and combatants in the real field of operations are recognized in the imagery of nation state making. I foreground my analysis on women leaders in HIs by historically contextualizing the contribution of at least three prominent personalities in colonial Islam: Norine Bala Devi, Rabia Bala Devi, and Janathan Tikyari. Nodipara Devi, a well-known poet and literary figure in Assam, Rabia Girls, who became the founding principal of Indian Women's College in the heart of Guwahati city. Chandraprabha Haryani, a prolific writer, activist, also known as Communist Thakur Chandraprabha, for her vibrant feminism, belonged to a low caste um, to low caste who stood alone against all odds, giving birth and raising her child as a mother outside matrimonial relationship. None of these women were VCs or deans of universities, but were competent in their own fields and left their mark as agents of change for the overall welfare of women in Ahmadiyya society and the claims of space. Their contributions will remain immortal in the chapters of history as academic visuals from the colonial to the post-colonial South. Nevertheless, in the post-colonial phase, policy making that I truly believe are discursive representations remains an important exercise of modern nation state making. Above, recent education policy seeks to ensure sensitization on gender identity issues in state-funded HEIs. Against this background, I therefore feel it is important to address two interrelated questions. How do women in leadership positions or wanting to be in such positions negotiate with the gender cultures embedded in such institutions? And to what extent the practices of inclusion by merely counting the number of women in leadership positions in the existing academic structures alter deeply rooted gendered knowledge relations in such institutions. The best way to address these questions, I thought, to reach out to some of the stakeholders. And to paucity of time, I used a very simple method of collecting information, documentary evidence, and make few focused questions to some of the recently selected participants and very willing ones from different universities in India. Some of these were tenured track professors, heading academic departments, several committee members, and other academic assemblies in the HEIs. The participants were mostly women, but a few men. Were selected from two state universities, one central university, and one institute of national importance funded by the Department of Science and Technology. The academic background of the participants varied from natural sciences to social sciences and humanities. The information that I could gather from my close interactions have been organized into different categories. I will not go into the details of these narratives, but I want to share with you some of the selected narratives that I found from the interactions, and I identified them as socio-cultural factors. One of the participants categorically said that gender bias comes from society into academics, which results in discrimination and undervalue of the qualification and accomplishments of women that are constantly viewed by both men and women through a patriarchal lens. Another participant said that traditional roles of women, such as nurturing and caring for the family, which consume a lot of time, inhibits a woman to take up another and bigger responsibility at the workplace. And such an opinion, when reinforced by the family and the workplace, discourages women from taking up leadership positions. Also, women are viewed as incompetent and hence not encouraged by institutions to take up leadership roles. A participant from Hyderabad University made a very important remark. And I think he said that I think cultural norms and values continue to be highly patriarchal in ways which perpetuate a sexual division of labor. Under this rubric, women are, as a matter of cultural preference, not preferred over the immediate counterparts. Another category which I identified was the selection process. And I share one of the responses, which says that presence of hidden norms in hiring and promotion also restrains women from entering such positions. The process is mostly hierarchical and often not publicized before any process is initiated. And of course, there are these arguing identities like religion, caste, geography, and other intersectional identities that we know about. Positioning of women also network facilities, interviewers, harassment of any form, both mental as well as sexual, and misconduct are not taken very seriously by the institutional leadership, evidenced by a lack of robust misconduct prevention policy and reduced meaningful responses. Since then, you also need good networking skills. Whether you are a camp follower, a disciple, or you are much more visible in public gatherings, varieties does matter a lot in these cases. Structural reasons were reflected, like lack of flexible working hours, lack of proper daycare facilities, lack of active mentoring, among other examples. Now, what are some of the facilitating conditions? There are very few that I would select, that are reflected in some of these responses. And women enter leadership positions where institutional processes are purely more merit-based, transparent, and accountable, said one of the participants from the Institute of Astrophysics. Another respondent said that they don't have a fair chance because the committee members of for hiring, promotion, etc. do not undergo any bias training. And the selection committees do not belong to diverse backgrounds or expertise from different fields. Of course, individual choices are important, such as self-perception of being able to lead. Now, to get another perspective from a different cultural context, I tried to reach out to a woman academic based in the United States of America. She was the first woman to serve as Vice Provost of International Affairs and Director of the Claus and Halley Institute of Global Learning at Emory University of Atlanta from 2003 to 2013. She also happens to be my collaborator in various research projects. She said something very interesting. The problem is not the glass ceiling in the United States to advance to administrative positions. It is also women dropping out before reaching full rank professors because that rank is typically mostly men. Studies ascribe such gender equity to a leaky pipeline, that's what she calls, meaning women give up their pursuit of leadership roles to have children and raise a family. She also added that blood do not be discouraged, just keep aiming to advance women. She chose to use the term inequity due to unfair policies, programs, and practices that contribute to inequalities. I looked up at some available literature, and I'm not going to share too much of detail about this literature. You can look up at Anne Morrison's work, which discusses about the paradoxical situation of women having more tools to break the class ceiling in the West, such as the Civil Rights Movement in 1990s and the Civil Rights Act of 1991, their capacities and their positions in America's largest corporations. A study paradoxically situated this context in the US University in 2022, and which concluded that about 40% of the provosts are women and 47% are full professors, yet there are lower number of women as presidents and vice provosts in many of these universities. And I think yesterday also we shared some of the data in some of these panels. The state of affairs in institutions of national importance that face gender inequality in India. I was inspired by Claudia Buckman's work and also other works. Which inspired me was Barbara Crosso's and Louis Wallace's work on higher education in South Asia and their findings. And I'm coming back to the question of what is holding back women from academic leadership in the HEIs? The topic is not just a question about the number or the less number of people reaching to those levels in those positions, or the numerical representation of women in leadership positions in the academia and the overall workplace. The focus should therefore be not just about understanding how one feels about being left anonymous, but about the development of cultures. Do we really have a sense of belongingness, or do we really fit in into these cultures or into those departments in higher education institutions? Also, I believe that the focus of the debate should less be on the work-life balance than on the workplace climate. One of the participants from the State University also raised the serious concern about the hostile work environment that she faces as a woman in her day-to-day life in the universities. She proposed that such institutions should adopt gender-sensitive and inclusive policies for the entry and promotion of women and involve policies that enable women to retain paid work and employment even after motherhood. To end with a personal anecdote, in one of my face-to-face interactions with people in leadership positions recently, I was specifically asked what would be my behavioral group if I were given the opportunity to occupy a higher position in my academic milestone. Again, the second question was, am I going to use my position of advancement to challenge the decision-making authorities in power and positions? I just let it go at that moment. That was very important for my self-preservation. However, it draws our attention to one of the biggest challenges embedded in these institutions, a strong belief that questioning those in positions of leadership is perhaps traditionally considered to be a masculine style and not suited to a woman's acceptable behavior and for academics, especially at the initial years of their working careers. It is completely inappropriate and undesirable, especially if she has established her own intellectual identity through hard work and the confidence to certainly stand for herself and her thoughts. On that note, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Zubani, not only for that wonderful talk, but also for being so precise with your 15-minute time. Thank you. In the last move.
10 minutes?
No, I was doing 15 for it. So, the one word that keeps, echoing in my head since yesterday is structures, structures, and structures, right? All of which we see in all of the talks. So, final speaker for this panel is Professor Padmini Punyan Warwood from Guwahati.
Good afternoon. Before I begin, I would like to thank Professor Nisha Bhuyam for being so strong about having us here. Thank you so much. And Professor Rajshri Vedavan. And I have to apologize that my presentation today is related to academic leadership, but it is more to, it looks at gender and language from a more general and a generic perspective. I'm going to look at this from two perspectives. One is the fact that we really need to contest heteronormativity. And I quote from a quote, the Indonesian quote, if you don't see yourself on the page, you don't exist. And this is a gay Indonesian quote, and I learned about him reviewing textbook materials English language, and I was examining the ways in which women and other marginalized categories were not being adequately represented. I'm calling it underrepresentation of women. The other perspective that I want to come in from is how we look at disenfranchisement. And here I quote the Nigerian writer Chimamanda Adichie, who talks about the danger of a single story, which then becomes the definitive story, and which undermines most of the work that gets done. And that's where I go from here. Now, looking at gender from the perspective of language, because for me, language is the means of classifying and ordering the world. I come from the discipline of language studies, and we, if some of you are from linguistics, you would have heard about the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which postulates that the way we look at the world is colored to a large extent by our language. This theory has, of course, been contested highly, but there is some truth in it. And so I feel that unless we review the way we use language, our understanding and our practices of gender will always remain understated. I feel it is important to talk about gender and language in higher education because um, we are talking about students who are adults who are able to use their linguistic and cultural resources creatively to deal with everyday challenges of living in a new language. Now, for our context, it is about the language we use in education, in higher education, which is English and other dominant languages, and to contest and negotiate the positioning in the labor force. So where do we bring in the language perspective and gender? And really we have, all of these aspects of the curricular process, policy and planning, curricular pedagogy, assessment. Language and gender can work its way into all of this. And this is because teachers and students and also other employees are producers as well as consumers of gender texts, and these represent gender identities, discourses, and practices. Gender is also very important, and previous speakers have touched upon this. How we look at gender in terms of culturally responsive education, which center students' cultures, identities, and contexts. And we are here looking at the situating the stories, the context of especially of people who are not from the dominant spaces. And curriculum, I feel, is extremely important. By curriculum, I mean our teaching and learning resources, our pedagogical practices, our assessment system. Because through this, we influence how young people understand to work. And this is how we contribute to centering and normalizing people, cultures, and values. The way we look at the influence of language on gender, I will be looking at it in terms of how language reveals, embodies, and sustains our attitudes to gender. So what we say and how we say it deeply reflects the cultural spaces from which we grew and how we bring these into our academic spaces and how language users speak or write to either perpetuate or resist gender conformity. So these are things that we still keep on seeing. This is not very hard. This is a 2017 advertisement, and we are still in this century talking about gender stereotyping. We have even someone like Philip Hammond, Member of Parliament, talking about this in 2019. Driving modern trains is so easy that even a woman could do it. So we're still talking about such things, while at the same time trying to build gender perspectives. The connection between language and gender and the conventions described by grammarians go back many centuries. So I'll give you a short, brief history of how language and gender connect. So even in the 16th and 17th centuries, we had rules for how grammars needed to be written, but how language, at least I'm speaking, using examples from English, but you will see reflections of these in other languages as well. So these are not now, these have been with us for centuries. In fact, in grammar books in the 19th century, you will find the notion of male superiority. So linguistic rules were made where the masculine was considered and forced to be the norm. It is only in the late 20th century that we started looking at or having official gender neutral terms coming into descriptions of language. The idea that linguistic differences between men's and women's language is an important part of how we look at, again, is not something new. The 20th century started with an article called The Speech of American Women, and that was perhaps the first well-known study that started talking about the difference between the way men and women speak. We have that followed by Otto Jespersen's book,
which talks about again similar idea. And in 1944, we have another article specifying gender differences. And this tradition continued into the well into the 20th century. So we have, these terms again that have been so entrenched into the discourse of at least English language that they have somehow not been critiqued enough. So, I mean, I look at my own language, Assamese, and we have words like, for example, Pativrata, somebody, a woman who takes care of the husband's needs. And you have a term called Tiruta Herua. So Tiruta is the name, is the word for woman. Tiruta Herua is a hen, is a neat translation of henpecked. So these are terms in the language itself, and it colors the way we socialize children and how we bring up people to look at different roles for men and women. So, three main ways of looking at gender and language. This idea that men's and women's language is different. There are three main perspectives which we see. One is Robin Lekov's work on the difference between something that she calls nature, which is objective representations of gender, and nurture, something that we imbibe from the sociological society and the context in which we grew up. Then there's report and rapport, and there's dominance and difference. I'm sure a lot of you already know about these, but these are terms that perpetuated the idea that men and women are different. And there's a lot of work done on the differences between men's language and women's language. And these have linguistic consequences because when children adopt linguistic behavior considered appropriate, then that influences their gender roles as well as their social positions. And now communication differences may be linked to sex differences. So allocation of duties, the understanding of professions, distinctive styles of talking have all been at the heart of the research on language differences between the genders. These are a few very influential people who have worked on language and gender, and mostly the difference between language of men and the language of women. Robin Lekov studied how women use language, and she has a whole list of these expressions, where she talks about women using healthy expressions, women are more polite, women use empty adjectives, they have a special lexicon, etc. She goes on to give more examples of how women apologize more, etc. And we do not swear, we do not speak loudly, we lack a sense of humor, women do not tell jokes well and often have punchline of jokes. This was the way she looked at this. Then we have the difference between women and men's behavior, actual and perceived. Women are indecisive and hesitant, men more competitive in competition, and so on and so forth. We then move on to the dominance and difference theory. These are two theories that were very popular till the 1990s. And dominance theory postulates that in mixed sex conversations, men are more likely to interrupt, and these interruptions typically reflect topics. But you must remember that these were studies made on a very small group. The difference theory has at least 6 sets of contrasts. And first, for example, status versus support. It looks at how in conversations men seek to achieve the upper hand, women talk to gain confirmation, etc. Then there's independence versus intimacy. For women, closeness is important. For men, independence. Women advise more. Women are more solution-centric. Men do not share feelings as much as women do. Then we have orders versus proposals. Women often differ inclusive intentions. Men may use direct imperatives, and there's the conflict versus compromise position. So there's been a lot of study the perceived differences between men and women's language. Well, okay. And then this also led to the idea of verbal hygiene. How women across cultures are encouraged to behave in more feminine ways, and that is also something that comes out through their language. And this is not something new. But after that, we've had a series of researchers who kind of contested the idea that these are binary differences, that men and women are different. Okay, and we have that this is the only way to look at how we do gender. And so I'm going to quickly move on. So later in the 1990s, we started having more nuanced approaches to gender through language. We recognize the idea of divergence, of diversity, and intersectionality. So now we have started keeping this essentialist and binary gender articulations, as we all know, but looking at it from the perspective of language use. And this is very useful, I thought, way to look at, to compare what we now look at. The idea that one is not born, but we is a woman. We do not look at sex as a foundation of gender. We in fact question the very idea of the foundation of sex, status of sex. Socialization and performativity, that's another way we have moved from very static ideas of how people socialize themselves into how we act and how we perform gender. So we moved on from difference to diversity. We moved on to looking at large stories as gender as a generic enterprise to looking at contextual realities and differences, most of which we have also been hearing about today. And I'm going to quickly move on to the fact that these are challenges not just found in higher education. These come from very early on socializations. I took up a study on a set of textbooks of Assam state government, English textbooks for classes 6, 7, and 8. And I found that all of these images and descriptions of professions are extremely, extremely stereotypical. So these are some ways in which we tried to change and get better representation of women and other classes. This was I love this curry in a hurry thing. And there was this young girl with her mother teaching her how to cook. And I said, no, this will not work. So we got this changed to this young man. And this was, a house, a home. This was the first lesson. And if you look at it, you will see, the how we still construct ideas of family and ideas of women's roles. You will look at and see all of that. And then I discovered this text from a Tamil Nadu textbook, and I love it because it talks about so many different ways in which we look at family. So these are ways in which language helps us, develops in us a culture of understanding that moves beyond the binaries of how we look at gender. So how do we look at non-sexist language? How do we encourage that? This is something all of us do and we are doing. But I would like to say, in addition to having specific sites for gender discourses like the Departments of Women's Studies, we also need to bring in these perspectives across all curricular spaces, across all disciplines. This is something we need to practice as teachers and as students. So some of the non-sensitive languages, again, I'm doing basic things, I'm calling out very basic things, but these we still do not see. We still find in all kinds of decisions, all kinds of policies, all kinds of reports in universities centering the male pronoun. In my university, Professor Pauline Copeland and I fight this all the time. I'll complete in a minute. So I'm just going to rush through this, but these are things that we need to do. Just use gender-friendly language, which is how we will be you know, pushing across the boundaries of how we will extend it. So I'm going to stop here. Sorry about having to rush through this, but this is how Hans might look more closely at the relationship of language and gender so that we work towards encouraging non-sexist, non-binary language and gender studies in higher education institutions. Thank you so much. I think some of the things you were not able to talk about can do in the questions. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the speakers. We have some time for a few questions, but I think yes, we'll take two or three together, and the panels can answer. And still try to think, what we talk about in terms of gender and language. We are what we speak. Right? Almost everything is really constructed and constituted through language. And just to combine what she said with the experience that Professor Pahi talked about in a leadership position, because this panel is about women leadership. The difference between a female leader being assertive and being perceived as aggressive, and vice versa for our male colleagues, right? So there are ways in which we use language in our academic spaces, and that sometimes we should challenge and corporations. Questions. We have about 5 to 7 minutes for questions before we go for lunch. Correct. You're right. Then I want to congratulate all the panelists, and it's a great example of leadership, which I think we all should emulate. Just to talk about, the representation parties and my take it closer, just take it closer again. So let me talk about the language one first. The language in all the IITs is so masculine. And I'm talking about the language of communication, official communication. Despite the fact that women have entered the portals of IITs right from the beginning and have grown in number, but everything is addressed to me, him, irrespective of us pointing out. One of the tasks we undertook as in our gender unit was to try and to get this official communication, because it embeds that masculinity and superiority and hierarchy into official communication. So I think that's a task that every institution should undertake. And I mentioned it yesterday, but in the classroom, if you're taking attendance in person, because the boys are so used to being taught by a majority of male professors, if you are calling out the name, the automatic reply is yes, sir. But in terms of leadership, I wanted to say that, now studies like we've done, we can talk to many or senior administrators in senior administration and our identity. It's not that women are not aspirational for leadership. It's just that the means and coming back to structural needs are all what is needed for them to be nurtured as leaders, what is needed for them to be supported and become successful as leaders. Institutions are not providing that. We all talked about the missing networking, it's usually missing, and that's what makes men into leaders. I'll just narrate one example. One of our interviewees said, men see the whole leadership thing as a chessboard, and they sit together and they move the pieces around, being a diagram. And that's pretty not a picture at all. And women, because they have multiple responsibilities, socially mandated, do not have the time. It's not that they don't want to be leaders, they want to be leaders, But I like this concept which I mentioned yesterday with Balakrishna talks about it, intentional invisibility. They pull themselves back in order to manage everything and to not be slighted and not. People have talked about the styles of leadership. If you behave more like a man, it's a problematic because you're reinforcing the male model of leadership, and that doesn't break down. The whole issue that there is one way of being a leader, and that's the man. So women are here again, people have talked about it in these comedy participants are double bind. If you behave like a man, you are criticized. If you behave like a woman, you are ignored and invisible. So I think this is that you would call it chicken that women have to get out of. And maybe the example that you gave of Parvatama was the kind like Chandra, Mehta are important examples to be highlighted more of, and maybe there are many others that
A very useful panel for us, all of us who are teachers and who are faculty in universities, because one, it sums up how we behave, our ordinary everyday behavior, but it also kind of allows us to pick up a few strategies. And I should thank Professor Kaur for letting us, for at least suggesting that it is good sometimes to straddle the middle space, to sit on the fence, as it were. And I just remember that in response to all the three papers, really not a question, more a comment, is in these days of heavy corporatization, we have been talking so much about how the university, the academic, the spaces are corporatized, they are regimented, dominated by aggressive policies and plans, which are not always friendly to the genders, to both the genders or the genders. And then there is a question of a leaky pipeline, as Pani Satyam has also suggested. So, as it were, in response to this kind of aggression in the academy, where we are constantly marching, trying to keep pace, evolving strategies, I'm reminded of this wonderful book called The Slow Professor, by these two authors who teach English, Maggie Burke and Barbara Seaton. And they say that, well, there is a way of invisibilizing oneself, but also carrying on the academy on your back. If you choose to step back, perhaps as Sir Manisha said earlier, that you also have the agency to refuse to step back and say no. I mean, that itself is agency when you say, look, I have a choice. I don't need to follow your role, the role models that you set. So Maggie Berg and Barbara Seeger, they suggested that in an academy of speed, we are all following this academy of speed, setting undoable standards or, setting the bar too high, where we are likely to allow the genders to collide. It is good to sometimes step back. So the slow professor culture is perhaps in a new way, a counter kind of drive to the neoliberal spirit, the academy, which we are all struggling. Uh, can I ask? Yes, this was such a wonderful panel, such a delight to listen to Professor Priya. But my question is for a fellow, but I teach political science, and it was interesting that the three names that was mentioned about these exemplary women from Assam. Now, my question to you is. What are the possibilities of translating these lives in, histories of political thought or histories of ideas? Because there are very few IITs actually offer political science as a subject. And IIT Guwahati is one of the exceptions. And dear friend, teaches that paper, and we've had some conversations. A good look into the syllabus one would relax that this is not a problem that is only happening in IIT. My presentation yesterday was focused on this, but what are the challenges of translating these lives, these women thinkers, these intellectual philosophers that we find from our immediate location and translating these lives into our classrooms, into our syllabus. And also, to Professor Priyam's presentation, I want to bring attention to Sucheta Kaplan, who had started her journey in the Department of Political Science, Banaras University, went on to become the first chief minister. And now there's this conscious attempt of finding these lost, women who've been associated with Banaras University. Kashi Baikal being one of them. Our university has really not kept the record, but also there's this conscious attempt of, bringing them, even if we're not doing that in our syllabus, but bring them as part of our classroom conversation about these exemplary women against, innumerable odds. So, yeah, just wanted to add also Chetan planning in the list of, along with the Bharati Amma. Yeah, so yeah, these two. Thank you. Too many questions. Yeah. I'll make it a bit shorter. Actually, when we talk about gender language, it's very important as Professor Padmini was talking about, like major documents are still gender, and we really have to work hard. And I was just serving one government document, the Maintenance of Welfare of Parents and Senior Citizens, 2019. And I was working on elderly women, so I had to look at the document. And the document it still treats it like it's for both men and women because we talk about them. But when you talk about parents, it tells father and mother. But when you talk about a parent, and in section 4.1, it says a parent or a senior citizen is who is unable to maintain himself. Yeah. So herself is gone. So as researchers, it's very important because we need to teach, we need to do research. So these are certain documents which anybody can pick up and bring to the light, like how language is still gender, and these are documents, government documents, which is there in the public domain, and it is 2019. This is my comment. I thought Professor Padmini will talk about her journey as a leadership because we look to her as a mentor and a great leader in Guwahati University. So, and I think she's the second women EC member in 75 history of Guwahati University to be elected. So I thought, yeah, and I thought she would talk about her strategy of being academic leader. We had first leader who also happens to be from women's studies. She's Archana Sharma. She was the first women EC member in Guwahati University, and Padmini Baino elected, and Padmini Baino happens to be the second one. So I was thinking that she'll talk about the strategy that she has used. And thirdly, the third question is for anybody. Like when we talk about academic leadership, like the path to reach to the academic leadership is also very science center. Maybe I don't because in our university the Department of Chemistry is almost vacant because all of them, most of the senior professors are VC subject. But when we look at humanities and social sciences, like there are difficulties because you don't have patents. The publications are not high. So how do we address to that when we talk about academic?
I think I'll just
Yeah, half a sentence.
half a sentence. So I just want to be a response that we have to represent.
My feeling is that the perspective of agency which has dominated in the dog has its own limitation. There are so many structural issues. I think that also need to be addressed.
Yes. Sorry. Just wanted to say that I think there's no one strategy or maybe one. I think all of us are doing what we do best. But small things that make a difference is that I refuse to be silenced.
I've been told by my male colleagues, not to me directly, but I've been told that, Parkali speaks a lot, therefore no one listens to her. I would rather speak and not be heard than keep quiet and not be heard. That's something. I think my mother has been a very strong influence on the idea that we need to speak for ourselves and do everything ourselves. I've tried to do that to my two sons. So my son recently, I had a colleague visiting me from one of the science departments, and my son was entertaining her, and I was in the kitchen for a while, and I came back, and then she left. And then my son said, "Why is it?" He's 27 years old, and he said, "Why is it that your friend felt the need to apologize every time she talked because she said, I talk so much, don't I? And why are you still in a space?" So if my son can say that, I have great hopes for the next generation. And that's perhaps one thing that we practice all the time in my classroom. I'm absolutely clear that whenever children write answers, they will not use the generic he. I ensure that in all university documents, wherever I'm on a team or a committee, I ensure in meetings I speak up, I interrupt whenever people say he to a student. So these are, I think, small microaggressions if necessary, but they do serve a purpose. I'm really thankful, grateful to my co-panelists. I'm so sorry that I have not been up to it. It's okay. Thank you so much for this.
I discovered Nandini while she was studying on EC. I had been nominated to this C meeting by the governor of Assam. And while I was reading the EC reports, which were a good 4 volumes, thick volumes, I prepared Avani for it. And that's where I discovered all the publications. So women appear in print. And I had been for the last 4 years been asking for recommendations. Nobody would give me these names. But I decided then that the two of them will make it here, and thank you for being here.
So like a very big it's a shy. Thank you for such lovely questions. I don't know if it is appropriate, so I'll try to combine the three questions together. First, I will relate myself and very proudly say that before I answer your question, Mr. Kaur, I belong to a family of martyrs, Shri Fugaji, from to martyr of the Indian national movement. I'm her granddaughter, great granddaughter. She's Shri Lukashri Fugaji, one of the seven. She's one of the seven freedom fighters who were shot dead in 1923 during the British struggle. We fought to for the family to see, and the entire family, we have history of it. So, somewhere in my blood, I do have that fighting spirit always. And maybe that reflects in many of our meetings, and Rashi would know the best. How we have fought many battles in the department level, in the institute level. Being a secretary and coordinator of the undergraduate studies, I think this has been one of the biggest tasks to bring certain things into the curriculum. It's not because women are incapacitated or they do not have the capacities, particularly in a system like IIT, where first you need political science. Secondly, you are a woman. And secondly, you are also doing work on something called the conflict and violence study. So where you fit in. So when you fit in. So if it were not a director who was very much willing to take us in these departments, I think we would not have had a chance to be in the IIT system. But look at it. Now I think political science is one of the best streams. We have made a mark in the whole department. We have two professors, and Mithilesh's trying his hard to bring in these, the concepts, these ideas, and also the visionaries. I would say the academic visionaries. And I believe that we have a lot more thing to do at department level and at institute level. So I think being an IIT itself is a challenge. And I would like to give another instance, like not only women, men also face similar kind of discrepancies in that kind of at some level. If you're looking after your child and being a husband and a spouse in the same situation, if you're looking after your child, then his fellows in the department will say, oh, why your wife is supposed to take care of the child. So you're supposed to be in this meeting or the other meeting, so that's not an excuse that you have to give. Personal level, we have faced these kinds of challenges within the IIT system. So that tells us a lot about the fact that we are not. I'm not saying that women do not have the space. We do have the space, but some of us tend not to be, to be assertive at some point, and some of us tend not to be assertive, at another level, and try and divert and engage more into academics. So I think with these few words, I'd like to thank all of you for these lovely questions. Thank you, and Professor Raki Moral, who happens to be my teacher. In public knowledge, I'm so happy to, sure. We have a lot more things to do, and today she is chairing the Center for Business Studies. So I know her journey as a faculty and as the head of the center in public knowledge. This was I'd like to thank everyone for your sharing with me so much.
So what we have seen is through the last few days, a lot of rural models. And as they say that, you cannot be what you cannot see. And I think that is why that presence is important. In every, whether it is in academic leadership, and the filter, it's everywhere. Stage is so important. And I also want to say that, there's always a lot of talk about the glass ceiling. And I really believe that, more than breaking the glass ceiling, I would rather that, we make so many cracks in it individually that it falls down. So
Then you don't have the glass ceiling
anymore. Yes. Collective. It is not just that one person who is engaging with their. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Very important announcement. So, one minutes, please try to get, let's say, 2:15. We have, we speak to medium like
one second. If I don't forget to access the number. Okay, yeah. Wait, the queue is very. Yeah.
अरे पावर है बॉस पावर
ये मतलब आई एम इंस्पायर्ड
was doing for doctoral students and the research. Bihari really get really so for jealousy, it moved. I can't. It just कोई भी काम पूछिए कि करिए लेती है कुछ हाँ तो आई डोंट नो हाउ मैं लोग से कुछ काम कर रहा है और चाव सब करता क्या था लिटिल डिड आई रियलाइज एंट्री से चीटिंग का because ना स्कॉलरशिप में हम चार्ज में से इन हम बैंक कर भी इसलिए मैंने नॉन प्रोपोजिशन कैसा होता हूँ
मेरा नाम इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट्स में और मैं किस ईयर से ठीक है मैं सेटल ऑफ जनरेट कर चुकी हूँ चलो मैं मतलब शास्त्र तो ही क्या बनाइए चीजें करा रहे हैं कहाँ पढ़ा है इनके सब इसका ऑनलाइन मल्टीप्लेक्स expansion and contribution थोड़े बहुत मत चलेगा बनते हैं पहला वाला किसमें बनते हैं हमने सर अभी आप सिगरेट लॉबी के पक्ष में बात कर रही है लेकिन ये हम बात नहीं कर रहे लेकिन हम अब कर रहे हैं ना ये सब आपको काम नहीं करने के लिए तुम बता वो है कि और बैठी हुई है तो हम भी बोले ठीक है सुधांशु जी और सुरेश जी theoretical video लग गया पेन पिछला सुधांशु तो समझ नहीं जानी इस किताब लेकिन सी डाउन पटा तो लगा उसके बाद ये सब अच्छा अभी कॉल साइड तो मैं ईमेल आईडी ऑप्शन कैंपस ट्रांसफर सब फॉर्मर के बाद वुमन मिसिंग सो अपना पोजीशन में जब तक सब यही फीमेल क्लास करेगा तब तक एकेडमिक का काम आता नहीं से वाह माइंड के लिए और ना है छुट्टी भाई नहीं है भी
What a rousing speech you gave. That was great.
This is my time. Right? Me from Tino. I'm the
Generic by now.
tell you something.
I'm doing a shop for one of them.
Yeah, she is not. That's the big figure. वो तुम्हारा ये फ्लैट से and not just like and then after the audience impress sound
No, I wish my idea sounded. कुछ अगर बोल दिया कि नहीं there is
चलो इसको रख हाँ हाँ
this is
इसके बाद वहां से
looks like
based for coming. And what
could you and very watching.
प्रतीक्षा मुझे क्या लग रहा है मैं अगर इस लैपटॉप में लॉग इन करूंगी तो हो जाए क्योंकि ये वाला कनेक्टेड है रजिस्टर में चल रहा है इसलिए मुझे सोचा उसमें ट्विक करने में या टच करने में प्रॉब्लम है अभी वो मुझे पता है कि टच मत करना मैंने कहा ओके मैं देखती हूँ कोई नहीं तुम भी चलेगा दोस्त
so well. So
much.
तुम कर दो मैं बोलती हूँ उसको मालिक चुप रहेगा चुप रहेगा तो अच्छा होगा
निशा तुम खाएगा नहीं
हाँ वही तो
mother-in-law मुझे मिला ये डैश में तो पहले तीनों डैश में हम तीनों ही बैठे हैं कि फिर उसमें बहुत ज्यादा टाइम मत लगवाओ जस्ट बोलो because of that I stream this and हाँ ठीक है certificate distribution you have to know directly answer it so you know we can just announce that no certificates are on the registration desk can you please collect your certificates it is registration certificates are available at the registration desk you may collect अच्छा ये आप लोग किस बारे में राजेश तो वोटर थैंक्स देंगे ना मैं वो हम तीनों को बुलाना इन फर्स्ट किसको बुलाना मनीषा को बुलाना शी विल गिव द Will she say? Speak on the future directions. Sure, simple one. Just to speak on it, to address. सबका एड्रेस ही एड्रेस आपने जो बोला ना फॉर द फाइनल मोड ऑफ टाइम्स फाइनल मत यूज करना मोड ऑफ टाइम्स और बाकी सर्टिफिकेट्स में भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड है देन आई विल यू दिस सेट्स इन चेंज चलो तुमने लंच नहीं करोगे लंच जो वो है वहां पे हाँ मेल पे ही निवेशा तुम तो यहाँ पे हो सो आई एम नॉट क्लोजिंग द डोर्स आप नहीं माने बिकॉज वी यूज्ड टू लॉक बिकॉज पीपल आर लीविंग देयर थिंग्स एंड गोइंग सो सबका रखना Okay, I'll see you. Okay. Arpana is there, so I asked her to wait. She's there. हाँ मुझे आपसे ये पूछना था इसलिए हम
स्टेटस करवाने की इंटरेस्ट नहीं Yeah, nobody's there.
Somebody did this coming. Yes. But okay, now. Dr. Raman Kala
हाँ आप नहीं कर सकते
Any idea?
ओके
They are running late. What is it? 5 minutes. 45. I should just get in and step the back. Then just complete it just completed the business session. Actually, they go on immediately. Oh, very sweet. Presentation dance. And then we have it. हाँ नहीं ठीक आप बोल सकते हो इसलिए मैं तो मतलब एकदम ही I'm so used to the data and showing images animals around it, so it's quite fantastic. हाँ simple like even the class we have not images and PPT is like always there. I was thinking मैं बना रही थी but मैं पर मैं class studying one of the problem बोल रही थी lunch किया था मैं क्या हमसे कम कम time करती I actually it's only 15 minutes, no? Less than 15 minutes, maybe because they're running late. They are running late. Running. They're running late. तो ये थोड़ा और भी speed हो जाएगा. And plus running late in session. They're late. Oh, that's why I said like running. And it
अरे मेरा Indian PAN card भी आया मेरा अगर बैठा हुआ है फिनिश हुआ आज लेके नहीं है इसके लिए कुछ तो आया था नहीं है बड़ी क्या 425 तक उसके बाद स्टूडेंट्स भी है शायद हाँ रेगुलर 5 4 o'clock से they want that round table हाँ फिर उसके बाद फिर Sunday like internship. Probably they'll try to start by 2:30. And then we'll have to. Well, we're not sure. हमारे भी कॉल नहीं किया मुझे लगा शायद वो रेगुलर कनेक्शन में शायद लंच का होगा सिंदर आ रहा है स्टार्ट हो जाएगी मेरा क्लास 4 बजे खत्म हुआ मैंने कहा ठीक है 4 to 5 आना था and not 4:50 because very late मतलब as a layman I was just क्या क्या होता है problems क्या क्या होते हैं very very small things also what people face yeah it's really not really I mean it's like क्या problems है basically what is it how it is giving interest and whenever there was clearly ठीक है इसको हम ऐसे भी कर सकते हैं ऐसे हैंडल कर सकते हैं पूरी स्पेशली को थोड़ा उनका मैं अप्रोच था कि she was telling me okay mom I said we can talk and stand up for the she was saying पता नहीं major level issues how with the discrimination the hard discrimination was in gender and ethics he has been cases most in cases so also school things was talking about the understanding of sexual discrimination is also very different with different people. Depends on which class you're coming from, which background you're coming from. For some that may not be discrimination, but we're used to even worse conditions at home on the basis. So वो biasness भी बहुत होता है कि हम इसको मान रहे हैं, not everybody can want it. Good points and valid points which everybody किसी भी अभी PPT नहीं सिर्फ एक सुंदर पर PPT था और others just took yeah only she had some data from some research that they were doing so she was showing numbers हाँ everybody else just had seen yeah so it was not exactly that वो तो you can make it out ना when the person is talking आपको पता चल जाएगा कि it's like you're quoting आप मतलब कुछ भी बोल सकते हो आप ऐसे भी
No. Huh.
Oh, that's lovely.
Okay, so,
See, इसमें कर लेंगे.
इसमें कर लेंगे.
प्रशांत एक ईमेल का करा अपना.
मिलेगा तो उसको
एक मिनट इनकॉग्निटो पे कर दे. प्रशांत कुमार. So, tentative or not. देखो 91 प्लस कर.
No, plus how many? I would feel some of ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে ইউনিক মানে so it's not not time that direct research. What is I'm coming? I'm coming in 10 minutes.
like nearby, when I started looking at all the time, I was walking, that's not being needed. Now, JMU licensing, I was walking here, 2 years, like, she walked, but she was in Pune. Oh, not so much. We got a new VC in Nepal, Lady VC. Okay. Yes. She was in SNDT. She was also the VC also. She was doing the she joined last year. But you also look from Nepal, Delhi. I like to you have been for the last 15 minutes. So it's really 2008 actually. So I thought your biggest stage maybe is today. Oh, you're also starting. Yeah, you can friend Jennifer. That's very I'm dance today. I think it's that. Come on, yeah, they'll be saying, it's something it's like, it's difficult to say all this. You tell the things. And for me, it's now. It's hard. It's I don't know. And then if you have to understand that and I was not telling this happens is having you right for getting out to go to operation. How operation you know. Then again the next time I plan, but then so much of work I can't do. So make easy pick done. So that I doesn't know. I must have switch button. Which I it's very easier. I think taking a lot. I have some engineering part of campus. Oh, yes. That's good. So that's why I'm thinking maybe that making it. Just joking. Yeah. Okay, that's why. That's why you have to blame you. Not like when you see the soup like oh, it's I'm not saying very not right. I did very well. So he's never here. He's just going to come in. It's on the end to you. And he's very that's what smart not to maybe this money said here. But take it, but there is nothing that is very fascinating. Child rearing is very as a 10 measure and you're children like each one comes to benefits of human form. Right? Simple. Be nice to things. You know what young and we did that last night, they take that back. Judgment is politics. So it's you might bless you and advise that for the generation. Now my son, focus. So what's up, patient? If it is area. Maybe it is for you. He will come quiet and then like that. Perfect. You have with my consider yeah. Just see what I'm saying. Same great issue. And there's and as I did the call the there's a studio. The one is moving fast, okay. No, she's my son. He was telling about it. You not my children that you could see them now. The thing here. I didn't it's not I get there. That's a fine simple. I have a friend. And I get simple. You see all my children and you will sit there and say, you are simple. She's a family. I went to bed. I have a feeling just say, I mean, it's cold. Jerry, we haven't had down that effort. She didn't know what yeah, even I came back from into this. Oh, here, Mark, how? What can you say? It was together. There were you. Second, yeah, what was you?
Is what can take some time and universities places people have little one of this in this hard you're just struggling with the party to check. Yeah, okay, one time. Yeah, for that it should be done. For the things I don't know what happened. Yeah. Very differently be between certain. It's okay. There is the offer any. Like this, that. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I must have a What's it? I think you're true. It's one of the what? Yes, what's it? How?
Yeah.
So, so what we do is the section on STEM and women's STEM, we had because actually could delivery late for her there. You want to actually put her in the earlier she's front. So only both of you are there. We are thinking we'll club both the sessions. So both of you can go first, and then we'll have discipline or perform too. So you see when you she and
John go.
Lakshmi Vardha were there. So then let's first call Shirisha and Vidisha. So we'll call Shirisha and Vidisha. So Shirisha, Math Sciences Department. And we have another process. Meenakshi, you can come here. I don't want to have chair.
John हो गया.
Meenakshi, Vardha, and Nayanaki, Smita, and Raj. You can all come and join here, please. Chair. Who are you know? Chair should have known.
Oh, sure.
Somebody is done. Why would you also? This is lunch. What if it's a bit of this? We call it and try. Really has to and I'm creating something when I'm so thank you much. Say the hands in this thing. Come on. Let's start. Yeah. Very good afternoon to all of you. So, as informed, we are coming to sessions together. First, we'll go with Ukrainian care, and all presenters for both the session will be given 10 minutes. So, since there are two very different things, so we'll start with the first electron panelist, and we can raise the question after the resolution for the first session. Okay, so that we can
yeah, because you have some other assignment and you need to leave. So first, Sharista Namodu, when President Professor Bipashasu. So I now request Sri Nisha. No, no.
Very good. And really, just not the right time to have a presentation, just after lunch, isn't it? But I will try to keep it as short as possible. I will try to keep it as so that's what that's. I'm actually very happy to see some boys in the audience. Because I was telling you actually yesterday that there are no men in the hand or on the speakers list. It's very nice to see boys in the audience. So I'm starting the presentation. I'm like, all of it, just pay attention to this slide here. And look at this puzzle. Some of you already know this riddle. And for the ones who are looking at it for the first time, can you just look at the hidden ones? So I read it out for your convenience. A man and his son were in an accident. The man died on the way to the hospital, but the body was surgery. The emergency room surgeon said, I can't operate, that's my son. How is this possible? So the first thing that comes, so I've actually practiced this question since yesterday and today, asking many of my colleagues and friends around. And the first answer most of them came up with was, it's a stepdad, or it's out of marriage, or something like that. All kinds of answers. Yeah, the man died. How will it be possible, right? But it's the mother. So it says surgeon. So immediately our imagination is of a man. So we never imagine a son to be a surgeon to be a mother. I think it is very, very sad. I mean, this is something that is being rooted in our culture. I mean, you tend to give certain kind of jobs to certain kind of female or male. So this is something I think which we all need to work on, and this is changing, but I think it's changing at a very, very, very slow pace. And I think today I'm going to talk about women in STEM. I'm not a researcher on this topic, so bear with me if I don't have the values and numbers. So just bear with me if I am not having numbers and things. So yeah. I'm just going to talk about my experiences as a woman in STEM. So I am not going to talk about any research that we have done because I am from the biosciences department and I'm a trained cell biologist. So I'm not doing anything with research in women and gender and things like that. So the first thing that comes to our mind when we talk about women in STEM are the models whom we look up, right? So I think one of the models that I have looked up was the great scientist Marie Curie, the Nobel laureate who was awarded Nobel Prize twice. So she was the first person to win the Nobel Prize twice, and is the only person to have got the Nobel Prize in two different sciences, that's physics and chemistry. But believe me, I think the lives of these women have not been very fascinating all throughout because I think they have had quite a bit of hardships in their life. And among popular that was not permitted to attend college due to gender. In France, it was very, very strict during that time that women were not allowed to attend college. And she was the first trans PhD. She was still not rated in the France Academy of Sciences because it was still male dominated at that time. So we are going to measure, you will see that's a component that happened almost 100 years ago, maybe it's in 1997. And we'll see that Mary Curie was the only lady that was present on this conference lecturing. So is this changing? That's the question, right? So we are 100 years apart now, so we are almost 200 years. So is this scenario changing with the number of women in STEM? It is, right? So we have a little more representation now.
But the question is, at what pace is this change happening, and at what levels is this change happening? I think these are the two important questions that we need to address. Interestingly, yesterday the afternoon panel with Dr. Professor Rupinder and other panelists, we had women in IITs, which is, I think, very much like what I'm going to today, because this also represents women in STEM. So there are certain points that will overlap from our long session from yesterday. So tell where are we? So what we saw from the data that Professor Rupinder presented yesterday, so we saw that a lot of there's increased number of entrants, meaning that at master's level and at PhD level, so in STEM graduates, so there is a lot of increase in the number of students. Where is the problem? The problem comes when you want to retain these students, when you want them to go for academic positions, faculty positions, and when you want them to move up the ladder, basically, right? So this is the data what was shown yesterday also. So I think these are the issues that we have. And just the slide before what I just mentioned is we have seen an increase in number of female participation, but however, this increase is mostly at the entrance stage. So we have students, masters and PhD students, the numbers have gone up to 30 to 40%, especially in sciences. But however, when we look up to faculty and even higher up, go to in big committees and things like that at national levels, the representation is very, very, very less. So this was already shown yesterday, so it's a repeat slide. We have seen this yesterday. So what we need to focus is only on two things here. The first image where you have the red bars and the blue bars. The blue bars represent all faculty in a particular IIT. So these are all different IITs, and the red bars are the female faculty, the percentage of female faculty. So I think it's very, very a very bad situation that you can see that the percentage is almost 10 to 15% or even less in some of these IITs, right? So this is what we are talking about, that the number of this number of students is not being translated into the number of faculty. So where is the problem? So we again, the terms that actually I got to know recently because I've been studying and looking up literature after I was invited for this conference. That is leaky like, so I've learned this new word. And it feels like this is something that is happening after the student stage, after PhD stage, basically, right? So you are having, when initially I saw a talk where it was not a leaky pipeline, but rather than a leaky waterfall. Somebody mentioned it as a leaky waterfall and it is very steep rather than a leaky pipeline. Because after PhD, the number really dips very, very fast. So, what is the major cause for this? So, two clocks are ticking. One is your profession, and one is the biology for women, especially. So, your marriage and childbearing age coincides with the faculty positions and this kind of things. So, I think this is where a choice comes into play, and I think this is where people tend to drop off from their career aspirations, typically. Then the next one is very interesting is that even if you drop, your re-entry is not easy. It is not facilitated as much as it should be, right? So the re-entry process into your career is not easy. The last is also very interesting, I think, for younger students and younger faculty like me also. I think that we have very few people to look up to and to see that, okay, we want to become like that or we want to aspire to do our careers should follow in the same pathway. So there are very few role models, even in leadership positions, especially. So very quickly, I would like to just say something about my journey. Then why, I mean, how come STEM science has been so motivating for me? I think I would like to make one statement here that I have been fortunate that I have not only faced a lot of gender discrimination till now, a blatant gender discrimination that affected me till now. And there has been a huge source of inspiration from my parents and family. I come from a family where most of people are teachers. So inherently, schooling and learning and academics has been ingrained in my genes, I think. And then the teachers who taught us have been very, very, very broad-minded, and we have been instilled in thoughts which have been way above the time, I think. And my inclination towards STEM has also been very early on because of this influence. And I did my master's in UK and then went on to do my PhD in the Netherlands. And I was a postdoctoral fellow with a Humboldt Fellowship in Germany for 5 years almost, and then came back to India. So I to have a career. That is one important thing that I always wanted a career in science. I made the choice that I had to make one. Right? So I had the resilience and the strength to actually make the choice that I had to make. And these things that I can sum up my journey till now in STEM and science history. Okay, I've already given the time limit, so I'll just run very fast. So I had a few points that I wanted to talk out, or at least list them. When I think about what are the things that are affected by gender in science or STEM. So the first thing we already discussed some of them in yesterday's panel, age limit. So I think some of the panels yesterday mentioned that 35 years is the age limit when you want to enter a faculty position in IITs and institutes of national importance. So I think this is pretty harsh, I think, especially when you look at women. You really need to have no break. Starting from your 11, 12, your BSc, MSc, PhD, postdoc, it's like you are continuously, only then it's possible to have it by 33, 34, 35, right? So if you have a break, it's this, getting to this qualification or getting to this is going to be very difficult. The next important point, I think, which we did not discuss much yesterday, is the two-body problem. We now see that in science, especially, we see that we have roles in science, I mean, in scientific domains. So now this is a big problem because when you want to apply to jobs, many institutes have this unwritten rule that they will recruit students. Right? So I think that makes it very difficult because let's say Guwahati, I think we have several towns in the campus where one of them had to sacrifice their career and stay home because of this. Eventually, the sacrificing is in most cases the woman was doing. Right? So the woman who has been a PhD, a postdoc, equivalent to her husband, but because of this dual body problem where the recruitment is not happening, the woman have to stay home or be a teacher in a school or a college or something like that. So you're sacrificing. Sacrificing may not be the right word, but you are not continuing with your career, basically. So I think this is one important thing. Sorry, I'll just take 2 more minutes. Research papers. So this is because I'm into research in biology. I've come across some of these things when we are in meetings or when we are in discussions. So if both the husband and wife are in the same field, same domain, and they're working together. So you have names for both of these people as authors. So it is very easily thought that she's got the name because it's her husband's paper, right? So husband का पेपर है तो इसलिए नाम आ गया उसका, right? But the other way around is never thought about. So it's very interesting that it is never thought that it is a paper of hers, not done anything. So I think this is really very important thing that has come up when we are discussing something. Again, that this conference helped me learn is Matilda effect. Right? So this is something that I've learned again. So again, I went on to look at it a little bit. So I thought that the citation rate for women is much lower than men compared to men. Right? So this is again something that is interesting. So awards. Again, this was a discussion with a colleague who recently got an award. So she got to overhear that हाँ award मिला है women को तो बहुत promote कर रहे हैं. Very I don't know what to say, but if a man gets an award, it's an award because he is worthy of it. If a woman gets an award, it is because she is being promoted. I mean, this is very unfortunate thing, And the next thing is conferences. So in India, I have attended several conferences in the last 6 years, 7 years. I'm here in Guwahati. So I think there is a lot of under-representation of women. So this is the only conference I've attended that we are all women actually. So in all our biology conferences, I think it is just one woman in a session or even in a day sometimes. Networking, yeah, I'm closing. So we are very bad at networking. So men actually overtake us in networking. Then you get to write the grants and things like that. So because of the limitation of time, sorry, I'm skipping some of the points. I think others can probably look into. So there's a very interesting website, biaswatchindia.com, which gives us details about all. I saw that Professor Rupinder is also on the who have edited that or who have actually looked at it. So this is an example of the Matilda effect I was talking about. Ethel Liederberg was a microbiologist who worked together with husband, but husband was given the Nobel Prize and she was not. Um, what we need to keep reminding ourselves, don't let other people determine your self-worth, be confident, never compare yourself to others. But that can be very helpful, right? For us when we are in our early career, I think it becomes very helpful. So I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. This conference has been very interesting because I'm completely from a biology background. So very nice to listen to people yesterday and also read about it. And I have started collecting my thoughts about this topic only because I wanted to talk. Otherwise, I was ignorant about many things. So I think it was quite interesting. And I would like to thank Mr. Rashi for giving this chance. Thank you. Any questions? If there are, such a that's I don't think.
Do you have any questions? Okay, now.
Yes,
But just I was curious. Because towards the end, you're talking about PhD scholars. And I think except between the doctors and between the believe that most of these focus not most of the discussion here and focused on teachers and they are clearly career PhD scholars. When I talk with some of my friends in STEM, I'm faculty who do not take in female students because they are looking. Or I know female students join them who has two supervisors, but not in any of them. When you talk about mentorship, now I know a lot of my scholarships, fellowships, all of this, my supervisor tells me, why don't you apply? If you can't have this kind of an interaction with your supervisor, what can we as a collective do in a very skewed where and the relationship is not very strong between a supervisor and a student, especially if you are from different genders. How can we really give a platform for these students to have a conversation? Have you, as a female faculty in a highly male-dominated department, ever entered into interactions like that with female scholars?
Right. Okay. So I have like involved with my PhD students, so we have very good discussion. That's that. Not really. So have seen many of students who have long discussions with their female students. It could be examples like that, but I've been generally this. But again, I had a point here also. PhD student, that's fine. I just skipped that. So we had one discussion during a PhD interview. Somewhere else. So faculty was choosing students, and then we had a couple of questions, and then he said, "Okay, how do I choose now? I really want one who's very outspoken, and I want somebody who's more submissive and meek." So I mean, these kind of things do come up with people, right? So I think background lifestyle is non are willing to discuss who are helps during in the department. But I can vouch for that.
Okay, we take this as a last question. Just by asking you a question, it's quite personal. How did you reach to this level that you are, like from your undergrad to PhD, moving out of your hometown, coming to know about institutes, learning about these institutes, how to get into it, about the exams, the whole process.
Right.
If you could answer that, I could add on to that.
Okay. So actually, so I have done, as I already mentioned, I've done a master's, PhD, and postdoctorate program. So it's an interesting thing during my bachelor's. So when I was in third year bachelor's, we had a university from UK that was visiting collaborative MOU or something with the university. And they had given a talk like this with all the students listening to them. And after the talk, I had a one-on-one discussion with them and we wanted to know about the programs because it was very interesting for me at that point of time. And it was in biotechnology and genetics. So I was quite fascinated or interested towards that topic. That's how I started the connection. And then I got to know when they have openings and things like that, and I applied and I went for a master's. And then after master's, I already knew kind of what was my domain where I wanted to do research. So there was one. Well, it depends on the teacher who's teaching you, right? I mean, you kind of get attracted to a topic. So I think we had a very good cell biology teacher in the masters, and then I was driven towards cell biology. And there was an opening that was advertised in a University of Groningen in the Netherlands. And I applied for that, went for an interview, got it, and then moved to grant for my postdoctoral position, got it. Yeah, so it's been rather smooth, I would say. Yeah.
What is your parents?
Sorry?
What is your parents?
My parents are working, so both are in the bank
And so where did you do your undergrad?
in Hyderabad.
Which is
Acharya N.G. Ranga Agricultural University.
So my point here is that there are some of us who come from a very small down colleges in institutes, and uh, it's different when you are a boy and a girl. You come to know about the opportunities when you explore things, interaction, when you explore, like, at least I can speak in terms of social sciences, like you go for these, what do you say, camps, you go for the eating. I have personally organized camps. And I had talked to parents of female students, convince them that it's safe and they learn from me. And it's more difficult than arranging school workshops. So, but for the men, it was very easy. They could come in at any time, they could leave, even if it's dark at night. But for women, we had to make sure that they arrived and we had to give our personal contact to make sure, like, safe. And so, what I'm trying to say is that uh, I don't know if I can call it disadvantage, but let's say disadvantage of coming from a small town college or state university and not knowing about certain universities or institutes, IITs, um, and being a woman, being a girl, with, where you are limited, where you have limited access, you're not allowed to explore, not allowed to, the internet allowed you like games. I'm actually, I'm actually happy that people really have internet to all these things. I didn't have internet in Asia, it's not that. But so the point that I'm trying to put across is that it's not just about biological clock as well. It's also a combination of what kind of background you come from, and also how much do you know about these things and your gender.
Agree, completely agree.
I don't because I see it.
Agree to that. But I think that was somewhere yesterday already. We spoke about this in yesterday's session. Yeah, yesterday's session had this point. Yeah.
Maybe from her presentation, the social aspects are coming out in a stronger way than the biological or the physical things we can consider. Maybe I'll just wrap up to whatever she said. Like when she was talking about mothering, we are not talking about parenting, which is very much important now. Maybe if we talk about parenting, maybe parenting can give her more space, right? Now, when she talked about most of the things that structurally we are creating some social norms in terms of promotion, in terms of one person to get. These are policies which are social policies, actually, which has been promoted by the institute and also like so associated with motions of publications of paper. These are social factors. So women not being a part of the step is basically more so with the social factor than the physical capability and intelligence. But the intelligence are powered by the social factors and the culture and the other things. So maybe we can go to the second presenter, Vidisha. So and thank you so much for your journey that you got. I'm sorry, I have to stick with the time. Huh? Please try to.
Very good afternoon. First of all, I'm very thankful to Mr. Rashmi, my colleague and friend, for giving me this opportunity to run this gathering. I'm kind of a misfit here. I all of us are missing in some sense or the other, right? Somewhere or the other. But here we are. And also thanks to Dr. Nisha ma'am, was it's really, I'm really privileged and honored to be here. So I will start with, I was thinking of starting in a different way, but to Sirisha, she has already laid the foundation so well in those days. So I start with kind of who am I? I mean, why am I here? So, first and foremost, I don't have the expertise required for talking about dynamics of gender dynamics in academia or any other field for that matter. So I lack the finesse, theoretical finesse and the vocabulary. That is one. So pardon me for that. My language is very simple, no jargon, no still but more importantly, I'm in the same panel and I'm also not a real scientist, as in scientist, like the students say here. So I have kind of, a little background here. My family has lots of scientists, so starting from a Vatnagar LRD to many postdocs, like of different syllabus, and everything in between. So lots of scientists, among my sisters. My entry to science is through side door, not back door, okay, side door. So, side door in the sense that my specialization is in linguistics. So, I am a linguist, trained as a linguist. But my work, I place my work within the broader domain of cognitive science. So, cognitive science, for many of you who may not be aware, this is a field that looks at human mind, how human mind works, how we understand, how we take an understanding forward. And a lot of like there are six disciplines which are the primary pillars in which is one out. So my research tries to look at the working of the human mind using language as a tool. So that is the who am I? Now, as a linguist looking at cognitive science issues, I am very happy to share with you that some of the top most cognitive scientists in the world today are actually women. That makes us feel very good about the discipline, and I know we always have someone to look up for. So, in a way, we many of us are privileged. Privileged also in the sense of family and stuff like that, because I am third generation educated woman in my family, second generation woman. So, really privileged. So now, what do we do then? I mean, I don't have much to talk about sufferings and troubles. They are part of life for everybody in different ways. So that's not. So what do we do? What's my plan now? My plan is everybody has talked about the issues as I'm not an expert. So my take on this entire issue also will be to I have only advice or suggestion or take on this is how to make myself useful to make women undeniable. We know the struggle. We know, I mean, all of this, the esteemed panelists have got Professor Pritam, Rashmi, Soumya. We all know how difficult it is. But can we do something apart from, of course, because I don't belong to that, that level of experts. So maybe at the level of policy, maybe at the level of decision making, maybe at the level of, really making things change at the highest level. How else can we do? So figure out, I have a solution for that. I have an idea for that solution is where we can contribute through mentoring. As Risha was talking about, mentoring is something we do at PhD level. So as I'm thankful to the group of students who talked about exactly this. So that gives me a nice grounding point. So mentoring is something we do. So I have more girl students than boy students as well. So we do that. We tell them where to apply, what kind of reference, all kinds of things. Cluster as well as sometimes BTP and all. But my idea here is, while what I'm talking about is, can we approach girls at a much younger level? Can we approach girls at a school level? Now here the idea is to do what we can do at an individual level, not institution level or anything. So all of us can give our students contribution to a very, very daunting task, even in the 21st century, it's still daunting. So we can. Now, how do we do? My idea is this. So, to my two sense like this, each of us who are in a privileged position like us in a big institute, having achieved whatever living we have through all these years of struggles, can we pay it forward? Can we identify one school? For example, when you go back, not only us, even the students, when you go back home, maybe you can identify a second tier, third tier school, and just go spend some time there with the students, ninth standard, eighth standard. Eighth onwards is a good time because that is when children become kind of aware of what they want to do with their life, have some ideas. That is the time probably to catch them, to really give a helping hand to give them what is there out there in the world. So as Shilpa was just now talking about it, small town, big town, that difference is very, very stark difference. Some of you, of course, I know is an expert on this. So that is where if we can at an individual level, all of us, if we can a school, girls' school, not very privileged school, there, talk to the girls, identify with their strengths. Now, here we can go, we can have a two-pronged approach. So first should be set the attitude right. That is very important. It's one thing to tell that this can be done, that can be done, but then if they are not, if the attitude is not in tune with what is expected, then it's very difficult. So first thing first, I think we need to tell our young children that nobody owes you anything. It's not the world's problem that you are not successful. That is first. Why am I saying this? Because if you tell that, it's your responsibility. You owe it to yourself to make your life your turn, to make your life, to be successful. You are everybody is equally one candidate for success in any domain that you want to be. So you take it upon yourself. That works much, much better than asking somebody else to be responsible for your own life. That is the thing. Secondly, we can identify. So not everybody can be in IIT. Let's be realistic about it. So that's fine. It's okay. Not everybody can be a sure either. That should not be a big problem. Everybody has some quality or the other. Somebody could be good in mathematics, somebody could be good in drawing. So the idea here is to go there as a friend, as somebody, and as they would look up to a family member. So either in absence, a family member to look up to, in absence of somebody, like a teacher to look up to, can they be that, such a kind of person? Not people here to lecture us, not that way. Let's sit with them, spend time with them, get to know their strengths, tell them what is it. Stay in travel with them. Instead, you know what you bring well. And I need to tell you that I have 200 of strengths in my family. So, this is what it, second one experience, but I have not know what it takes to be successful instead. And how to grow even then. It's a matter of great determination along with aptitude. That is something probably children benefit if we give them. We supply it from outside. Once you do that, they will take it upon themselves. They will want they don't know what to do. So, migrants, qualitative I'm not interested. I simply did not have the attitude to regret it. I did not. Okay, fine, stories are nice, but then what? That was my feeling. So my teachers gave up on me. When I was leaving college, one new teacher joined and she said, what would you like to do? So we had long discussion. Next time I want something more tangible. It's fine. There is a story, the author had one story, and then 10 critics wrote 10 different stories out of that. But where it's not really relevant. So he's like, okay, fine, you go to linguistics. Maybe you will be most to them. And internally, that professor of mine in college, last month of college, and say it's not easy. It's not easy. Let me tell you something. You think English is easier than language, and it isn't. No. If you want to do it, well, nothing is easy. So that's something probably we need to tell. So the idea is to let's all of us go and more babies are waiting to be discovered. And in governments in those it is more than the students, the children from the slightly less privileged background who have the fire in the belly. So we can't, but we can ignite it. So that is the idea. That is the idea of one small tiny idea that I have. Targets which ignite the torment fire in the belly, and then the rest takes care of itself. And thereby we can become undeniable, and we have a large pool of students who can be undeniable when opportunities are created by the experts like Mr. Mohan, Ashri. When the opportunities are open, the games are open, we have an army of eligible candidates to fill. That's my idea. Thank you so much.
We can take questions. Is there any question for the other?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
I can have repeated expectations from students.
Then that technology,
I will take the single.
gender neutral technology is not reached to people, to women, to be experienced, to vast experience. I wanted to be a pilot, and I made it. In the last phase, where I have to demonstrate my flight ability, I couldn't do it because my leg length was lesser. It should be 1 point some centimeter. It was less by 90 centimeters. So I was disqualified. And I always blame myself for having a shorter leg. But now I feel that I didn't have a shorter leg. Actually, the aircraft is not designed for women. So that's why we require more women to be in science and technology instead, so that the technology is gender friendly. That is more important. And when more women are there, then only technology will be more gender friendly. It's not that if men are there, you will not be able to do that. If men are there, men should also be gender sensitive. That's why everything comes together. And that's why this is so very important, what we can say. And we thank for the presenter. And if you are willing to leave, you can. Otherwise, we go to the next session. So in this session, we have uh, it is the seventh session, which is on university spaces and university voices. Then we have 5 presenter. And if you don't mind, I'll just give it 8 minutes to speak. Is it okay? But we are giving 10, but okay. Okay. Yeah. So we go with Meenakshi from NEPA, please. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for joining in. Or else we have been very uncomfortable to reach out to the walls and presenting our paper that we have prepared. My name is Meenakshi Varivanshi. I'm from NEPA, New Delhi. So without a further ado, as we have shortage of time, my topic is experiences of Dalit women students in higher education institutions of Delhi. So what I have planning in mind, I'll be setting up the context what I want to talk, and then I'll talk about the NEP 2020, and then moving on to the major part of my research is experiences of Dalit women students in higher education. India's higher education, as we have talked in the last 2 years, in the last 2 days, that there is a significant expansion in the 20th century, marked by the proliferation of universities and institutions. The imperative for equity in higher education, particularly for women and marginalized groups, has gained prominence, tracing its roots to anti-caste movement led by figures like Savitribai Phule, Jyotibai Phule, Shauli Maharaj, and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. This particular presentation delves into the women's challenges in higher education, examining discrimination and the broader struggles for equity. I want you to just focus on these numbers. We are talking about the numbers for so long that I want to show you the other side of the numbers. That these are some data. Over 19,000 students from marginalized communities have dropped out of Indian higher education institutions, including central universities,
the IITs and IIMs from 2018 to 2023. The Union Minister of State for Social Justice and Empowerment, Abhayam Narayan Swamy, revealed that over 35,950 students lost their lives to suicide between 2019 to 2021 in India. So why I'm showing these some snippets is we were talking about the experiences, but there was a shift when Professor Soumya has shifted the whole conversation to the gendered experience. That yes, the experiences are different within one gender, and the intersectionality plays a very important role there. So moving on, the deeply entrenched caste system continues to persist. It affects Dalits who historically face discrimination, exclusion, marginalization, and all. Contrary to prevailing narrative of casteless India, identity-based stigmas persist, encompassing aspects of merit and physical appearances to social and political choices. Discrimination in university spaces ranges from overt exclusion to subtle denial of entitlements, creating a hostile environment and disproportionately affecting the student. This paper is limited to the experiences of Dalit women. However, the amount of discrimination against other marginalized groups like scheduled caste men, scheduled tribes, Muslims, and LGBTQIA+ in India has not been studied. The experiences of Muslims will my very good friend Vasta will be talking in the next presentation. Moving on. So this is NAPN 2020 and Indian higher education. While we praise this holistic vision, there is a lack in the explicit focus on issues of marginality, equity, and discrimination, as coined by Professor Sukumar. And moving on, however, the concern arises over the emphasis on vocational education at the expense of neglecting liberal arts, critical for holistic skill and development. NAP falls short of providing concrete plans for the funding of higher education, general education, which Professor Murakari has talked about in the previous sessions. In this technology-enabled learning, like MOOCs, the active agencies of teachers diminishes, impacting students' cognitive, social, and cultural development, as mentioned, as pointed by Professor Bhushan. Riti Dukos very nicely put that this proposed common entrance exam raises a concern about the potential further marginalization, as it may disadvantage students from marginalized background lacking access to required resources. Let's jump to the experiences. So these are the mere stories that I'm presenting in front of you. I have interviewed somewhere around 40 women students in higher education spaces. So when we enter this higher education space, we enter the experiences of friendship, relationships, and friction. Stemming from this, friendship and romantic relationships are considered to be a part and parcel of student life. Youth is a space, time of life, situated between kin-based familial context and the world of marriage and work. However, caste discrimination manifests through various insidious forms of perpetuating a cycle of harm within academic settings. Symbolic violence, as pointed by both you, inflicts unseen wounds, while institutional apathy turns a blind eye to systematic biases. The menace of ragging and hazing creates a hostile environment, and by the time I'm speaking this, you might want to read the excerpts from the interview. The menace of ragging and hazing creates a hostile environment, impacting academic performance. The suffocating shells, I have taken this word from the suffocating shell of classrooms and hostel experience foster an environment of fear and silencing. The slide unravels the intricate web of consequences arising from caste discrimination, shedding light on the urgent need for transformative change in educational institutions. The experiences of Dalit women students in classrooms and hostels can be described as suffocating shells that limit their opportunities and constrain their growth. Despite the Constitution guarantees of equal rights and opportunities, Dalit women continue to face discrimination, exclusion, marginalization, etc. Moving on. Shamila Rege offer a
critique of difference from a Dalit feminist standpoint position and argues feminist difference is incomplete unless difference from a caste perspective is included, is added to it. To capture difference in gender-based discrimination, it is important to first understand the various ways in which discrimination occur. As Pai beautifully mentioned, these homogenizing efforts have been seriously problematic for understanding the situation faced by Dalit women whose history remained largely unscrutinized. To capture the difference in gender-based discrimination, it is also important to consider the impact of discrimination that has on individuals. Freire, the beautiful man Freire, stressed that formal education works either for the domestication of learners or for regulation. Several participants reported subordinated by their classmates and teachers, and keeping quiet is the only option that is available to them. Dalit women, students face subtle form of discrimination that are not always immediately recognizable, such as such as exclusion from certain social events or unequal treatment from teachers or peers. A sense of dissent and resistance is also found among these young women while they are narrating their stories and experiences. They have mentioned that we want to finish our degrees and take position to represent ourselves no matter what. We do not want to be the next Ruth Pamela or Paya Gurti because we have come so far. We are formulating study groups and lectures. We are sensitizing not only marginalized section of society, but also caste and gender conscious dominant caste individuals. We are writing for media channels and participating in clubs and organizing and organizations like the Blue Club, Feminism in India, Dalit Desk, Bahujan Collectives, etc. And also break the culture of silence. Freire advocates for a process of conscientization in which individuals became aware of the power structures that shape their lives and develop critical consciousness. This process is questioning the dominant ideology and exploring alternative perspectives and take collective actions to challenge the status quo. And I want to end with this quote that I have in my mind while I'm speaking that I'm sure you all are very much must be familiar with this. Let's together be educated, be organized, and be educated. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
We take the question up on the present on the presentation of so and I request was that the Mr. From
You can write in by saying
you speak, I don't discuss all of this. A very good afternoon to everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank Manisha ma'am and Rashi ma'am for giving such a listed platform to listen to the voices which are very diverse. And I think for some while ago, they have been not even there. I mean, it was a so there was not a kind of custom to hear this kind of diverse voices. So first of all, I would just very much thankful to them and the topic today for my presentation is locating Islamic feminism within the social force of awareness. You see, today I will be talking about is somewhat, I don't know, I would still at these somewhat cultural similarity between Sam and Kerala. I mean, they both celebrate Bihu. So, yeah, that one connection I got, that's very important. Anyways, so basically, in this, my presentation today, I will be sharing some educated, some experiences of educated women of from Kerala. So this study is a part of my PhD research work, which I did in Malappuram district, and that is a Malabar coast. And
So the outline of my presentation is first of all I'll be explaining how these social reforms started in social reforms among the Muslims started in Kerala. Then I will slowly moving towards locating that post women to source or the Islamic feminism within that social reformations. Then I will be explaining this how that the Muslims in this Malabar area, how they are very much different from the Muslims from northern area. And then what then I will be explaining how this there is a very different cultural and historical ties which links educational or educational process to the women's in a particular area. And sharing my own program. So this is from there. So how this whole social reforms among Muslims started in Kerala? So if we see this movement of religious changes which led to social reformation among Muslims in Kerala, it began at the commencement of 20th century. So this Islamic reformism, it was locally constructed, which means that it emerged within a specific political and historical context. Uh, it was a kind of very turmoil period because at one time it was a period where other communities like Hindus and like Christians, they were getting educated, they were getting absorbed in the British administration because of the missionaries activities, missionary activities of the English educators. So this kind of brought a level of frustration among the Muslims. And the second thing was, it was a period around 1920, 1921 that Gandhiji visited this Malabar coast and the kind of Kalavat movement started over there and it ultimately led to Malabar uprising. And in the background of Malabar uprising, so there was a kind of consciousness raised among the Muslims that this is a high time we have to be organize ourselves and the most important thing right now to have a kind of environment is through the positive education and particularly professional education. And so there were definitely some early reforms which had really brought about a religion form of cultural consciousness among Kerala Muslims. But it was only by the 1920s that incipient consciousness had crystallized into a distinct movement. And epitomizing this crystallization was a formation in 1922 by Muslim Area Sangathan. And if we see in the current scenario, there is KNM, which is Kerala Nabatul Mujahideen, and it is the largest Islamic reformist organization. And it was kind of very first to organize Muslims on a statewide basis for their realization, for their socio-religious and objective education objectives. Now, how within that social information, how the women discourse started. So basically, we see that the first ever Muslim conference, it was held in 1938 by Halima Bibi Tirumala. And this was followed by another conference which led to the passing resolution for better education facilities for Muslim women. And various social economic factors resulted in the formation of Muslim women organizations under reformist group in the late 1980s. Very particularly the period of 1980s because at one time it was also a period where this Islamic feminism, especially in the Middle East countries, it was responsible for gradually coming, and it was also a period that in Kerala that saw a lot of Middle East migration. So a lot of money was coming into this coast, and people with money had to kind of awareness, and the women realized they because most many men are migrated, so they I guess that someone that maybe some men made this realization, we made them realize that there is a need to organize themselves. And if we see today, there are two women's organizations which are working under reformist scripts. One is MTF, which is North Trans Organization, and MTF is the wing of Indian and was in 1970 from sports on the Muslim women in Canada. And it is GRU and it is under the supervision of Jamal Islam, and this campaign highlighted the message of women's liberation through religion. Religion. So now this both women organization they are tied to political party. So it was there was a time in 1998 there is people's organization was also attached to this these two parties. Then she realized, see, we are not able to express ourselves because of this parent organization. Obviously, she felt some kind of political party domination. See, she felt, no, we cannot work under some kind of shadow where the party only works with their own propaganda and in their mind. So she founded NISA. And right now, NISA is a kind of she's it's not attached to any political party and basically it's working independently and basically under with the lower class Muslim women. And if now during after the period of 1980s, the focus area was women's education and the cultivation of Islamic faith among the Muslim. But gradually, discourses shifted their focus into social engagement of Muslim women and the question of mosque entry, which was in some years back, it was very much in news. The Muslim women's political participation and the Islamic framework. And the most important thing is that with all this social reformation, Islamic formation is very much important with this. There is religion, with framework attached with all these things. And there is some kind of social repercussion of massive bulk migration of Muslim women from Malabar and its effect on Muslim women. I will be explaining it in my later slides. So there is a kind of gradual shift from matrilineal family structure, and the effects I will be explaining in my next slides. See, before that, I want to just try to explain how this Malabar Muslims are very much different from the Muslims from the northern India. So, if we see, they are very quite distinct from North Indian Muslims and even from so many Tamil groups. And Islam in Kerala spread early through Arab trade and land travel, sales, and they have a very unbroken, long-standing, and deep direct connections to the Gulf region. So, I mean, what I found that they are very much different with the Muslims from the Northern India, and they are most Arabic in nature as compared. I mean, they do speak in Arabic, and they are not Urdu speakers. They are but Arabic is very deeply entrenched, and like there is a kind of strong Arabic thread running through in their culture, especially northern Malabar, and reinforced by extensive post 1970s migration. And the historical and cultural depth of Kerala's ties to other world, very engaging with historical popular characterization and reformism such as Wahhabism. Since I don't think I've been already told that I have a very limited time, so I'll just come back to my experiences. So there is a very much constant, what I felt in my field, there is a constant interplay between empowerment and exclusion. At one side, I felt, okay, there is some kind of empowerment because of this massive educational empowerment in it, but at the same time, we also got there is a deeply entrenched sense of exclusion also. So definitely, the high level of education programs has led to better demographic outcomes like low fertility rate, maternal mortality. And Muslims women are relatively better empowered and consequently participation and decision making in their day-to-day lives. And they also have their agencies and what are how much educational power can alter their lives. For example, I saw many women over there who were taking the financial, I mean, they were taking the loan on their own. Because since I have done all my ecography in the state of Uttar Pradesh also, so I find it very difficult. Like women do have some kind of financial loan, but they not who are going to the bank themselves and applying loan, starting their business. But this was something which was very different there. And obviously, the division of power is based on gender roles, and women do hold power over decision making and child rearing. Uh, Okay, yeah. So this is my high slide. So I mean, time and again, whenever I was I was interviewing women, quoted a very famous. He was actually a very poet. Puramik Lenanai Akama Punadhamai. That means that men in Kerala are very progressive when they are outside of the home. They act like Lenin, but when they come near home, they left their progressive shoes outside, and they become very cautious, they become very patriotic when they enter their home. So what I think that social norms advocate for women being independent while also upholding traditionally patriarchal values, which causes high expectation for the women. So getting educated is a matter of respect, honor, but not necessarily that education be converted into employment. And this influx of foreign values it has led to diminishing matrilineal family values from the Muslim families, especially in Malabar. So this is actually very good, very important factor. Like earlier, it used to be a matrilineal society, which has because of this Wahhabism, now they are forced to do further and be a little more submissive as compared they were before. So that has been a change because of this Gulf migration. And as I told, further and covering their head was by some section was taking their no, no, this is not our culture, Malayali women don't cover their head, but there is again some section who were taking, they were very much okay with it because it also symbolized that kind of cultural capital. So yeah, I can already give it. So that's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. One quiz, my teacher followed by Sika and Anna.
Thank you so much.
Cynthia, was I understood? I thank my supervisor. In my work, my doctoral work. So, the 2 day seminar we have been talking about this section in general. So, my focus is on tea plantation workers, which in terms the intersectionality in terms of not only gender, which has a colonial past of being migrated for centuries gap, and also in terms of the nature of work they carry out. So, its intersectionality within genders and within ethnicities and within their type of work they do and how the nature of work also influences overall outcome. So, education is one of the main social determinants which affects the well-being of the population. So, for populations which are marginalized, tea plantation workers have been highlighted as one of the most vulnerable in terms of various youth development indicators. Have the main problem of access, ability to access the education are some of the main criteria to be considered in terms of policy formulation. So, I have already spoken about intersectionality in terms of the gender, place of origin, ethnicity, social class, the nature of occupations which affect the overall access to education, especially in India and the South. So, our study was a this study I am presenting is a large part of the quantitative study with Director of Economics and Statistics in IIT Guwahati, where we mainly focused on 40 garden-dominated districts of Assam, Nilugir, Tinsukia, Jorhat, and Sitagar, with a sample size of about 723 households and across the 4 districts. So we mainly focused, especially we try to improve the health outcomes of the plantation workers, but also our education also plays an important factor came out after the Elminda study. So we mainly focused on socio-economic conditions, their nutrition status, their workplace conditions and results, and their development characteristics. So overall, in terms of health outcomes, which we see, they are still in the lower side of the epidemiological transition in terms of their disease outcomes, in terms of their disability, mainly in terms of which are related to back and body pain, which are mainly occupational related. It's men and women mainly we have observed that in the way. Women usually the teen toppers, they carry heavy load their back, and this affects their health outcomes in a very big way. Moreover, in terms of infectious disease, again, we
story established in terms of infectious disease and the level of education. So this can be clearly seen in terms of the plantation workers, where education plays an important role. In terms of their nutritional outcomes also, we see that due to the lack of knowledge and awareness, but again, education plays an important role. They have a very low food diversity or low BMI, especially among the women workers. We have also seen the overall education attainment of the population was very low. So these are some of the aspects which affect overall conditions, the well-being, the outcomes in terms of health and education of the teen generation, workers in terms of socio-economic conditions, their interior conditions, workplace conditions, their dietary habits, their nutritional outcomes, and in terms of gender and age. So the overall what we see in our sample population, the low education attainment with a sizable portion being illiterate, and within the illiterates also we have the intersectionality of women being more illiterate. There is where the percentage of literates is sizable. But within the literates also, we have the literates are only consigned to the lower level of education in terms of below primary level and primary level and primary level. So one thing which we noticed since the survey was carried out post COVID, so there were huge school dropouts and also the school beginners which were there during the time couldn't go enroll for school. Next, in terms of their occupational status, in tea gardens we mainly have the permanent workers and the temporary workers. So, the temporary workers are mainly employed during the plucking season of April to October. So, within that also, what we see in terms of gender difference within the workspace also is that there were more permanent paid workers than females, and female workers were mainly engaged in tea plucking. This also has in literature on how the movements were related to being delicate and who were able to pick up the delicate tea leaves. So this was a very gendered structure of the nature of work or the type of work the tea plantation workers carried out. So there was a difference in terms of that also. So it is also seen that the younger women are mostly engaged in tea planting, which is actually a tedious job. These are some of the entitlements in terms of how permanent workers and temporary workers differ in terms of nature of contracted. It is mainly seasonality in terms of temporary workers. And due to this fact, during the non-planting season, there is always scarce of opportunities and jobs for these workers. And as I have already mentioned, these are women who mainly suffer because they are the more in percentage who are employed as temporary workers. So in terms of their nature of work, I have already mentioned in the nature of health coverage, so permanent workers are entitled to some kind of coverage from the plantation management committee, whereas temporary workers are only in terms of their health coverage only during the planting season period. So in terms of their wage also, they have a fixed wage for permanent workers, but the daily wage of the seasonal workers are very low, and which are across these days almost similar at to only 205 rupees per day. And then today the workers, especially the tea pluckers, they have to like to get the minimum wage of 205, so they have to pluck a minimum weight of tea leaves and some submit it to the factory at the end of the day to be able to be. Yeah, yeah. So in terms of nature of work also, we see that mainly women were engaged in tea planting as I have already mentioned, and there is always the financial stress at the household level, which compel the young women to join a tea planting, especially during the planting season, which also affect their being dropped out from higher education or from their schools. So in terms of hazards also, we see that the women mainly face physical hazards during the tea plucking season and along with psychological hazards. So these are some of the listed teams which were part of the qualitative data collected from health facilitators, how education has affected their overall outcomes. We also have time use data of the female workers. We see most of them have started early, they have no time for leisure. They have to fulfill certain target, as I have already mentioned, to be eligible for the minimum wage. And also, the women workers were apart from work, they were after work also they were engaged a huge amount of time in firewood collections and water collections. So what we see that in terms of the tea plantation workers, these plantation workers have a historical background, so there was an intergenerational cycle in the tea plantation areas with low education level, low income, poverty, malnutrition, and low productivity. So these are some of the government schemes of the state government which target especially the tea garden work plantation area to reduce the school dropouts or even for higher education facilities. But what mainly matters is that to provide the intersectionality in terms of gender, ethnicity, spatial diversity, yeah, and the nature of work. And what I think that there is a need to representation of females in the labor unions that are there at the plantation level. So there is absolutely less or no female representations in the labor union system to voice their difficulties and about their demand for wage or like or to demand their incomes or like that. And in terms of policy perspective, with low socioeconomic standards of living, the required policy attention at macro level, there should be social policies, especially for the labor market and policies on education, health, and social protection, mainly focusing the laborers because for tea plantation laborers from the general population. Because in tea plantation areas, the problem they face in terms of school dropouts during the plucking season is very different from what it is from the rest of the other communities in the state. Thank you. Thank you so much. May I ask request to see that we go to
Hello. Huh. Can
This coordinates Shruti to present my work. I would also like to thank my supervisor, Professor Rajesh Vidramatulaya, for her effort and guidance in drafting this paper. This paper was drafted as a part of my PhD post semester. So, my paper is titled Daughter Deficit Revisiting the Debate on Missing Women in the Context of Assam. So the conventional idea is that economic growth will automatically narrow down gender gaps. And we have seen this somewhat in the dimensions of access to health, education, and even labor market opportunity. But there still exist some sticky domains. And these sticky domains are particularly in the areas of female disadvantage in natality and mortality.
So Amartya Sen in 1992 introduced the concept of missing women. It refers to the serious problem of deficit of women in developing countries, primarily owing to sex violence. Contrary to the popular belief that women make up half of the total world population, Sen presented a different view that women are largely outnumbered by men. This misbelief stems from the Western demographic profile of Europe and the United States, but the situation is very hopeful in most parts of Asia, Africa, and even Latin America. These regions suffer from terrible deficit of women. So this reflects that how differential access to basic needs of healthcare, nutrition, social security, and in general women's agency can result in sharp sex ratio differentials across regions. In a way, Sen posits women's survival as a development problem in the context of the contemporary world. So sex ratio depends on two factors, sex ratio at birth and gender-specific mortality rates of the subsequent age group. In India, although NFHS 5 data reports that there are more women than men in India, but the sex ratio in birth is still a cause of worry. Women generally outlive men, so the total sex ratio is always higher than the sex ratio at birth. But gender parity also doesn't mean that the sex ratio at birth has to be 1,000. Due to natural biological factors, everywhere around 5% more boys than girls are born, and that is normal. Boys generally have higher infant and child mortality under conditions of equal care for both the sexes. The condition, and if the care is differential, then that might lead to inequitable sex ratio. So the World Health Organization has estimated that the natural sex ratio at birth is 952, but NFHS 5 puts it at 929. So there is still a 23.2% difference between the expected ideal and the realized actual. So there are 26 million births in India according to National Health Mission in the past 5 years. So out of 130 million births, 2.6 million girls remain unborn. This is truly a matter of great concern. Thus, missing women stems from missing girls at birth, which is the direct outcome of entrenched son preference evident in societies where sons have a high societal and economic value. So findings from India level studies indicate that sex ratio at birth are severely distorted in urban areas and peripheries, that education does not necessarily translate into improved sex ratio at birth. There is an inverted U-shaped relationship detected, and there are variations of sex ratio at birth for guard holders. It is even worse in higher guard holders. But then closer home, there is positive literature around this research problem, and this has necessitated the need of this paper. It calls for some more comprehensive study. So Assam is one of these states of India's northeast region, and there is a very unanimous consensus that this region is relatively better off in gender development parameters. It is in this context that we try to critically look into this aspect. So NFHS 5 data reveals that the sex ratio of birth is now at 964 and it has improved, but there are significant urban-rural differentials and significant street variations too. So it is in this context that we look at the problem of missing girls at birth and possible son recurrence in the context of exam. So we make use of the two NFHS surveys. We make use of the district level data from the two surveys 4 and 5, and for a unit level data we have used NFHS 5. So for the unit level data, we have used the BARS report file, which contains 57,933 observations for interviewed women in the age of 15 to 49 years of age. So we also developed a logistic regression model for that. I think I'll discuss this in the later slides. So there are some dependent variables and independent variables we have categorized. And this is the logistic regression that we have formulated. With the dependent variable is women wanting no more children. So we see the preference for children based on some independent variables like religion, types of residence, wealth index, education, and sex of the household and birth order and interaction terms, which are based on the number of living sons in the number of living children. So we see how the existence of a son actually affect the women's desire to have more children or not. So in the results and discussions, what we have seen is that SRP has worsened in between NFHS 3 and NFHS 4, and in the NFHS 5 it has slightly increased. But there are significant rural-urban differences, and we see that in urban areas it is worse than in the rural areas. So these are the districts changes, and we see that some districts have done well, but there are many districts which are
lagging behind. And one thing, the Kamrup district, it's not but the Kamrup district, it bottoms the list with a downfall of around 27%. So, and it is very ironical because in the Human Development Report of 2014, Kamrup is in the fourth position with the first in the health indicator of Human Development Index. So, whether development can actually trickle down in measurable outcomes like sex ratio is still a question. Son preference and female discrimination. So one of the common blessings in a Hindu wedding for a bride in India, and even in Assam, is Putravati Bhava, or may you be blessed with sons. So son preference in society is still a well-documented phenomenon. So in societies where there are 4 or 6 children very common, a boy would come around eventually, but now son preference exists at the expense of daughters. So, an evidence of son preference can be presented in terms of desired and actual sex composition of children. Parental preference for son is revealed by the common finding in many studies that the decision to determine childbearing is strongly related to couples' number of surviving sons. So this is the table. So we see that when number of living children is 2 and number of living sons is 0, 74.4% women want no more children. But when there are 1 living son, then that figure goes up to 89.4. In case of 3 children, if there are no living sons, then 82% don't want children. But 1 living son makes that 91.6%. So having a son significantly impacts the women's desire to not have children. So based on this table, we tapped on the unit level data to run the regression to see that what was the women's desire for not wanting children. So this was the equation. So the dependent variable was women wanting no more children, equal to by logistic regression with the variable taking 1 or 0 otherwise. And the results we have found that wealth, residence, and interaction terms. Wealth, residence, and interaction terms were the significant factors. So wealth index increases, the odds of not wanting children also increases compared to the base category 4S. Then the interaction terms also reveal that if there is 0 living sons, then the odds of not wanting children are lower. But then the odds increase when the living children are even if sons are 0, and it is even higher than with 1 living son. So one thing we noticed that in Assam, the ideal number of children reported is highest for highest percentage is in 2 children. So 60.14% reports that ideal number of boys is 1, and 26.63% reports it is 2. And in case of girls, 12.69% reports it is 2. So son preference is strong, but it is not universal, and at least some girls are wanted. But the preference of the sex remains strongly tilted to the boys. It can also be seen from the odds ratio, because we see that when living children is 2 and living sons are 0, that odd is higher to not have children than living children 1 and living son 1. So ultimately, they want a mix of both the genders, but then if the preference is always tilted more towards son. So in conclusion, we can say that this paper tries to give us an attempt to look at the sex ratio at birth from different perspectives in case of Assam. And what we can do is we can actually, there is no unanimous developmental policy, and so we should actually rely on some girl-building incentives that can be developed to improve the perception regarding having a girl child. So this is how we shall be able to make them active agents of change and can enable them to tackle the dismal status of girls and women today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we are coming to the last presenter. Results. If you have any question, please keep it ready so that maybe you can go on that session. So,
Humanities and Social Science. First of all, I am thankful to Roy for giving me this opportunity. My talk for the presentation is Women in Higher Education and Analysis across Northeastern and Regional India. So, in this study, we try to examine access and equity across gender and social groups in higher education in northeastern states of India. And for this purpose, we will be using two indicators: gross enrollment ratio and gross pass-out ratio. Now, what is gross pass-out ratio? It is defined by UNESCO as total enrollment in a specific level of education, regardless of age, expressed as a percentage of the eligible optional student population corresponding to the same level of education in a given school year. Now, regarding the higher education, the options age is 18 to 23 years. So, the gross enrollment ratio in higher education is expressed as a percentage of the population aged 18 to 23 years. Now, we define another indicator by using the pass-out numbers available in the ISHE data, that is gross pass-out ratio. We calculate it by replacing the enrollments by pass-outs in the GRE definition. The objective of doing this is by having another indicator that we can compare with gross enrollment ratio to see what is happening at the pass-out level. But the thing in comparing these two ratios is that the increment in pass-out takes a time, because once anybody enters a level of education, the level of education it takes 2, 3, 4 or 5 years to complete that level of education. So the gross pass-out ratios are bound to be lower than the gross enrollment ratio. So to compare these two, what we have done is that we will compare gross pass-out ratio with their own previous benchmarks. We will see if the gross enrollment ratio is increasing over time for any state or any section of people. Is the gross pass-out ratio also increasing? So by that way, we can compare the two indicators. This study is based on all India survey and higher education data, and we'll be using data from 2000 onwards, and the latest ISHE report was for 21 to 22. The two indicators we will examine across gender and social groups of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. The gross enrollment ratio is not available for OBCs and minority groups. However, the pass-out numbers are available only for 2 years for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. That is for the latest two surveys, that is 2021 and 2020. Now, to examine these two ratios across gender, we will be using gender parity indexes, which is defined as, for example, in case of gross enrollment ratio, it will be defined as gross enrollment ratio of females or male, and similarly for gross pass-out ratio as well. So, if the gender parity index is close to 1, indicates there is parity in the sexes, and if it is greater than 1, since the way we are defining it would mean in case of greater than 1 that there is parity against men. So men are at a disadvantaged position, and if it is less than 1, then the women are at a disadvantaged position. Now, the presentation is organized in this way. At aggregate level, we will be comparing the northeastern states with the all India level aggregate level. And while going to scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, we will be comparing each state with its own aggregate level. So now going to the gross enrollment ratio in the northeastern region. Now we are starting at the aggregate level. Seeing among the 8 states of northeastern region, Assam, Meghalaya, Nagaland, and Tripura have gross enrollment ratio which is less than the national average. We have given the national average in 2021 was 28.4, or for Assam it was only 16.9. For Meghalaya it was 25, for Nagaland 18.8, and for Tripura 20.7. In these first set of states, the worry is not only that their gross enrollment ratio are less than the national average, but the worry is that they are stuck at the gross enrollment ratio with their own past levels. As we can see, Assam, the gross enrollment ratio of Assam in 2021 is less than its 2018 level. Similarly for Nagaland, which is less than its 2010 level. Nagaland has not been able to improve the GRE since 2010, which is GER is less than its 2010 level. Similarly for Tripura as well as Meghalaya. Moreover, the state's gross enrollment ratio is higher than the national average. Among them, Manipur, GER is also less than its 2010 level. Similarly for Sikkim, though it has improved the most since 2010, but the improvement has not been consistent. So only the remaining states of Arunachal Pradesh and Mizoram have been able to consistently improve their gross enrollment ratios. Now coming to gender parity index in enrollments. At the national level, it has increased continuously till it reached 1 in 2018. So at the national level, there is parity in enrollment since 2018, and it has been greater than 1 since then. I will make you remember that this parity index is regarding higher education. Now coming to the northeastern states, in 2021, except the states of Arunachal Pradesh and Tripura, all the any states had GPA higher than the national GPA of 1.01. In case of Arunachal Pradesh and Tripura, it translates to a difference of 4 and 2.4 percentage point difference between male and female gross enrollment ratio, respectively. However, in Tripura, the GPI has improved continuously, which means it has improved in favor of women. And but in case of Arunachal Pradesh, it has deteriorated. If you see at Arunachal Pradesh's trend over the years, it had GPI greater than 1 in 2012 and 13, but it did not sustain it, and after that started declining continuously. However, in some states like Nagaland and Meghalaya, they have the highest GPI of 1.28 and 1.24 respectively, which highly favors women. Meghalaya had in fact a GPI greater than 1 since 2010, which is a good news. States like Assam, Nagaland, and Manipur also had their GPIs higher than 1 since 2017 and achieved them before the nation as a whole achieved them in 2018. So, since there is shortage of time, I will just land the major finding is what we have found in the study. The indicators of higher education in North India exhibit a mixed picture. Compared to national statistics, some states are in better position and some states are in poorer position. In gross enrollment ratios, states like Assam, Meghalaya, and Tripura, which are behind the national average, the SCs, there and STs, are then behind their aggregate levels, also thus magnifying the disparity. So the disparity is getting magnified. For example, in Assam, it is behind the national average and it has been continuously behind. And in the SCs in Assam, they are behind that aggregate level also. So then you see how this disparity is getting magnified. Then if we compare the SCs of Assam with the national level figures, the disparity will be a lot. Similarly for Tripura as well. Similarly, same is the case with gross pass out ratios. Now coming to gender disparity. After analyzing GPI enrollments and pass outs at aggregate SC and ST levels, there's 3 states appear to have a GPI less than 1, that is Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura and Sikkim. I have also mentioned, for example, in Arunachal Pradesh, the parity index is less than 1 in enrollment at aggregate and ST level, as well as in pass outs in aggregate and ST level. So, like, except these states in this specific situations and cases mentioned, we did not find disparity against women in enrollments and pass outs in the other states. However, in these 3 states, unfavorable GPI, like I mentioned earlier, this unfavorable GPI combined with though GR and GPO worsen, then the condition of women present in these states. For example, if GPI is less than 1 for Tripura, I have mentioned the case of Tripura, unfavorable GPI and ST in enrollment, then the SC GR is already lower than its aggregate level, and that aggregate level is less than the national level. So, if we see the condition of women in ST in Tripura, it is way behind when compared to national figures. Now, one important observation, one important finding from the study is that as we enrollment pass out, GPI becomes favorable to women. So this thing has been there at the aggregate level as well as SC level and as well as the ST level. And the another important observation is that improvements in enrollment do not always lead to improvements in pass out. For example, some state might have the GRE higher than its aggregate level as well as maybe higher than the national average. But it's not necessary that those figures that the state is higher in its pass out ratio as well. We have given some examples. For example, at the aggregate level, we said that Manipur and Mizoram are behind the national GPA national gross household ratio, where they are ahead in enrollment. Though Manipur and Mizoram are ahead in enrollment, but when it comes to gross household ratio, they are well behind the national average. Similarly, in SC, Assam and Sikkim, their GER is higher than the aggregate levels, but they are also getting their aggregate level gross household ratio. Yeah. So yes, in this study we have tried uh, to give a comparative look how the pass out ratio, gross enrollment ratio, and the gender parity index related to these two indicators have varied for the states over the years. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all. First, it was really challenging for me because the papers were very diverse, and because I was assuming that the presenters will be talking about university spaces and voices, university voices, but they were a bit diverse and different. But anyways, it was interesting, and we'll not take any questions, so I'll just sum up because due to course of time, we are coming towards the end of it. This people will get saturated by the end of the full session. So I just want to highlight few things like which NEP is talking about. NEP is talking about academic integration. And when we hear the papers which are coming out and you're coming with issues, it is so very diverse. Talking from the first one when Nakshi was talking about current issues, when you go to the individual level, the issues are so diverse. And when we talk about Islamic feminism, and she's talking about students from Kerala, again another sort of diversity comes in. And again, I was trying to relate it, how to relate it with higher education when one of the presenter was talking about tea tribes. So at one point of time, they may enter into higher education. So, and we all know that higher education is very massified, and diversity is also becoming larger and larger. See, these are the challenges which are going to come in due course of time. And how are we prepared? So, as policymakers, how are we prepared for that? And as researchers, how we look into that, that will be a really challenging thing. So, there are few things which I would like to tell to all visitors because I knew that you're doing a KE or your research work. We present, just highlight the few things. Because if you put too many things, you want them to listen, right? Want them to listen, it has to be attractive. So maybe you can work that out. And again, at the same time, when you're talking about sick women, and when you last presenter, when you're talking about cross enrollment, when you just take quantitative data in activity, it's also very important. Give different layers of the ratings. Maybe when you're talking about enrollment, maybe on the basis of region, on the basis of class, community, that is very, and otherwise it gives a very, when you're talking about missing women. So it's better to talk about various, it's important to talk about various layers so that whatever you want to say, it is more easy. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Thank you all of us. This is been for giving your patient. Thank you so much. Let's stay for 2 hours, right? And then we'll join for a regular sector around 12 so tea is already served outside. Please take your tea and then we'll join in 10 minutes and start the launching.
But disconnect करके फिर से करके screen में
Rajshri, can you hear me?
wait. Stop the एक मिनट Yeah.
Give the trauma canal its form to work. It's with the Titisha, just for mention. Just sign it and but ask her to stay back. I can give it a right. Very normal fun. Give me
sign up करके मैं sign up हुआ। Yeah. Funny कोई बात है। Teacher, कहाँ पर literature narratives में है? मैं लोगों को presentation में बोला था कि मेरा तो मैम को जब presentation किया तो okay, I will just get your thing. You have a very strong brigade of scholars and students helping you around. Yeah, Topic don't has. Oh, my allergy is in the
Season 2
Terrible opportunity of here and that. Don't Korea is a state register. Mona Lisa Batu. Silipa.
Synapto.
Time came what to do.
मैं जीव पासन क्लास में
University law for Dicky so if you put department. Oh, to tell Amar home. When it's a Dicky Sanamati, it has here.
22 पासन
Oh, we see the recent. Yeah, PhD को किया सर. तुम्हारे?
नहीं मैं याते कोर्स मास्टर्स but वो गुवाहाटी यूनिवर्सिटी अंडरटे मैंने एक बार फॉर्मल टेस्टिंग फ्रॉम
अच्छा. Okay, economics के बाद ना ऐसे नहीं. If I can do it later on digitally, is it okay? Or just have to cite it? Okay.
I take your GPA or something.
Yes. Mo ৰাতিপুৱাই গুচি যাম বুলি আছিল ইমান গাটো বেয়া লাগি আছে আৰু মই ঔষধ খাই খুব বেয়া পাওঁ flu season allergy season লাগিছে
Radhika, can you join once? Let me just check. You unmute and see.
Rashmi, I cannot hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me.
In the HSS one, you have to unmute.
One night, travel everywhere. Sign to people like that.
I can hear now some sound. फिर भी तू सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है जैसे वो HSS म्यूट करता है I cannot hear you.
You can hear me now. That's why you are responding now. She cannot hear.
उसको बोल तो HSS unmute करे और तेरा वाला म्यूट करे we can see how it goes.
Can you hear me now?
No. We will do one thing.
इसको लगा इसको
Can you hear now?
Yes, I can. Yeah, very clearly.
Can you hear now?
Yes, I can. Yes.
यहाँ का साउंड आएंगे एक मिनट
I can hear.
तू बोल कुछ।
बोल रही हूँ।
हाँ 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 है। तू सुन पा रही है ना मुझे?
सुनाई दे रहा है?